Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Hey! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the SpeakeaZy show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statement, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments can clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into the 30-minute Q&A. I've already put the Q&A in the chat there. But keep in mind, Super Chats, PayPal, Cash App questions, these will get priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get answered. So if there's something you want guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through Super Chat, Cash App, or PayPal. And once the formal debate wraps up, we open the doors for a chaos and chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, ask questions, or challenge the debaters if they choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. Today's debate prompt: tag debunks atheism. And today's debaters for the affirmative, making his debut in this Swords of Reason arena, we have Eli Nix. He may be new to streaming, but he's not new to debating. He's known for tackling hot topics and diving deep into intense theological discussions. There isn't much content up on his YouTube channel yet, but after tonight, that's likely to change. Also on his TikTok, so go show him some support. His let's help fuel the momentum. His channel descriptions, his channel links are in the description. And for the negative tonight, we have Planet Peterson, known for tackling hot topics, stepping into debates, and creating entertaining, educational content that makes people think. He's also an author of multiple books, including Facts That Aren't True, where he dives into everything from debunking old wives' tales to exposing media-driven misconception. And his channel is also linked in the description, so make sure to check him out. With that being said, we are going to get into the opening statements. We're going to start with Eli. So, Eli, whenever you are ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Sounds good. Thanks again, Easy, for having me. I really appreciate it. It's an awesome opportunity, and thanks to Mr. Peterson for doing this with me. So, yeah, I'm arguing that tag debunks atheism. So what tag is a transcendental argument for God. It goes like this. If X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X, that's the form of a transcendental argument. In this case, if God is a necessary precondition for knowledge and the transcendental categories that make knowledge possible, such as truth, logic, meaning, information, the self, numbers, if we have those things, therefore God exists. But this isn't just a claim, there's an argument to back it up. The argument is found within the ontological status of these things that we see. If we can see that they are immaterial, universal, invariant, and conceptual, you need a grounding point that is immaterial, universal, invariant, and conceptual. And this is done within the grounding of the Christian God, in my worldview. But in this case, really all we need to debunk atheism is an immaterial, universal mind that created the world. This works through divine conceptualism. If God had the idea for the world in his mind and then instantiated that idea through creation, similar to if I have an idea for a home, I have the idea in my head and it exists as an idea, but then it is instantiated materially when I build the home. Now, this is a paradigm level argument. So we are comparing two paradigms, not just any certain point in a vacuum. So when this is brought up against the atheist worldview, which I am taking as any worldview that says there's a possibility that God is not the necessary precondition for these things, you have to look at what kind of metaphysic can actually do the grounding work for the categories that I presented. What kind of metaphysic is necessary to have immaterial, universal, invariant, and conceptual law-like regularities of nature, things that we ground that we ground truth in, that we ground all of our meaningful predication in sentences. We look to the atheist worldview, one of empiricism, sometimes materialism, physicalism, depends on what flavor of atheism you're working with. But within their worldview, they appeal to things that have universality, things that have regularity. They appeal to notions of truth and laws of logic that require absolute truth, while within their own worldview, there's no metaphysic that can actually account for this. The grounding and starting point they take as presuppositions and axioms. I have a presupposition too. It would be God. In this case, their presupposition is that logic works. We have it. We use it, so we start our worldview from this assumption and then work forward, not recognizing that in order for something like that to be possible, the world has to be aligned a certain way. A very important point is that, I think that what I mean is an argument that they'll use is that it's grounded in their mind, in their own personal experience. But our minds are a particular thing, and they can't ground a universal. And also, they're referencing something in the world. They'll say that the laws of logic, truth is a proposition or a description. But if you're referencing, it's a description of what? Something that's happening in the world. I would argue that this is a property of the regularity of nature. For example, I like to cite the law of identity, that an object is itself and not itself. Our thoughts don't make this the case. We don't create the laws of logic. We discover them. If this is in fact the case, then this regularity in nature existed before humans. this existed, if you can have any type of citation of the past pre-human, or if all humans were to, drop dead, objects would still retain their identity over time. This is a regularity that is only presupposed and assumed in their worldview, especially if you look at something like Hume's guillotine that remarks about how probability and induction is actually completely unjustified in the atheist worldview. And this is like one of the godfathers of skeptical atheism making this argument. So this is where the problem lies, is you have notions of immaterial, universal, invariant concepts in a world of chaos and flux that can't actually ground them, and it can't be grounded in their own particular mind because it's universal. It can't be grounded in the physical because it's immaterial. But if it's conceptual, that requires a mind. So I also believe they're mind dependent. I believe they're dependent on the mind of God. So that would be basically the whole synopsis of the argument. Some common objections that I hear is that it's circular. All paradigmatic worldviews are circular at their ultimate epistemic foundation. There will always be a point of self-authenticating, self-referencing, but we actually have to be able to justify that. To just claim something is axiomatic or a presupposition is not enough, because, if I were to come to a debate where somebody said, this argument debunks Christianity, and I said, well, you know what, God is my axiom, God is my presupposition, so I don't have to defend it, it just is the case, that would not be sufficient. So we actually have to account for the entire worldview. Again, it's a comparison of worldviews and which ones has the coherence, the explanatory power, the metaphysic to make the things we're appealing to work, not just what I would ultimately consider arbitrary starting points, arbitrary assumptions that make the worldview work, when the metaphysic and the entailments of the entire worldview actually don't make it work. So this is something I can demonstrate in argument, something that we'll be getting into. I can also demonstrate how this isn't possible in the atheist worldview. I can get into that through argumentation and the logical entailments of their position. What else do we got? I would say that while it's not entirely irrelevant to the conversation, I think that especially when I'm having a more of a discussion, not a debate with an atheist, I will say, look, we're looking for an immaterial universal mind that created the world. Now, which immaterial universal mind that created the world that is, has a point of relevancy, but I'm really looking for the argument from the atheist position, not a battle of, well, what if it's Islam? What if it's not Christianity? What if it's Spankyism, for example? I've seen a couple is that one. So, this is, while I think that the question of which God it is relevant, if the atheist doesn't even accept the necessity for any God, any immaterial universal mind that created the world at all as a precondition for these categories, then I think that it's not germane to this debate specifically. Definitely going to push for the atheist response, because what I've found is that it's actually not possible. In fact, we argue from the impossibility of the contrary, that you need this metaphysic in order to make this work. And with only 2 minutes and 42 seconds on the clock, I'm going to concede my time. That's about all I got.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we'll hand the mic over to Planet Peterson. And whenever you're ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Sure. First, I want to say, hail Spanky, praise Spanky. I didn't plan on bringing up Spanky at all tonight, but that's really funny. So, okay. I just essentially have notes here, so this won't necessarily be the most elegant opening statement ever, but I'm going to do my best. The actual topic of the debate, which we can all see, it's down there, is that tag debunks atheism. Now, to me, I don't think you can prove that something is wrong just by definition. I mean, if I could just make up a term and say, zip zop proves that blank exists or does not exist, or that blank is impossible. Now, that's just analytically true in this case, but nobody would accept that that actually has contributed to any kind of epistemology, because there's no way to tell the difference between making it up and if it's real, unless there's some sort of real investigation that we can take part in here. So I don't think that tag debunks atheism because it doesn't do any of that work. It challenges certain because it's just a worldview. It's just some presuppositions, which everybody has to have some. It challenges accounts for things like logic, reason, normativity. Sometimes this goes into can you even have knowledge? And that didn't get brought up in the opening statement. So I hope it doesn't go down that road because I find that to be kind of a really boring version of it. Additional claims like logic, truth, reason, morality, they're objective, universal, invariant. Again, these are just the worldview claims that are built in. And these things allegedly require a grounding. The claim is that only a necessary, rational, immaterial mind, which would be a God, can do that. Therefore, atheism can't account for rationality. So it's not an empirical argument at all. It's like a metaphysical grounding. So I don't understand. We're going to have to, hopefully in the back and forth, we could get into how can you establish that you have proven something is false just by giving me your metaphysical grounding, because metaphysics is not provable. No metaphysical idea is really provable or disprovable, perhaps unless it like literally contains a logical contradiction. And the biggest problems with tag are that it is literally just a starting point. It literally is just presuppositions, and it assumes what it is trying to prove. And then the whole idea about appealing to God's existence, I just don't think that even can explain normativity, necessity, universal logic, because existence isn't a predicate. It contributes nothing to epistemology. Saying that God exists doesn't actually lift anything up. It's just a brute claim that terminates right then and there and does no additional work. So I took some notes during the opening statement here, so I'll just kind of respond to them, and then maybe for the rebuttal, my opponent can respond to my responses. If X is a necessary precondition, Y, therefore X. If God is a necessary precondition for logic claims, etc., and we have them, then God exists. I highly suspect that this is affirming the consequent. I was kind of furiously typing it out, so I'd have to get that. I'll try to work on that a little more. But if the argument affirms the consequence, then it's not logically valid. It can't be guaranteed. There was also the claim: if God had an idea for the world and then instantiated the claim or instantiated that idea, and then the subject changed, so that thought was not finished. So I don't know what that's supposed to be, but I think the most damning and revealing thing about that is how it begins with if. If we're just imagining things, then we're not debunking anything simply just by imagining that something could be the case. My opponent here asked, does atheism contain a necessary fact that grounds the regularity of nature, truth, etc.? I can create whatever necessary fact I want. I could say nature, I could say reality, I could say the universe is the necessary precondition for it, for no more or less arbitrary of a reason than declaring that God, which is determined to remain invisible in every single way, which is why we can't do any empirical investigation into God. We can only define God's characteristics and then claim, therefore, blank, which is inconvenient. My opponent said that atheism has a presupposition, but that doesn't work. They start from an assumption and work forward. Is that not exactly what you are doing by giving the tag argument? It would be really weird if atheists were for some reason not allowed to do this, or if it would be invalid or illogical for atheists to do exactly what you're doing. Another statement that was said was, whatever atheists apply to, it pre-exists humans. So like the ground, like maybe an atheist takes a Neoplatonic concept of these things, so they exist eternally or whatever. Maybe they ground it in nature, the universe and its physical constants or whatever. have been around for the entire history of the universe, which predates humans. That was said by my opponent here, and then he went on to say it's only assumed or presupposed. Well, again, is that not exactly what you do? So if atheists aren't allowed to do these things, then I don't understand what we're really even doing here, or what makes the other position privileged in any way. The only couple things that I was able to write down that I heard were my opponent claimed that I just wrote claimed it can't be grounded. I'm assuming whatever we're appealing to for the ability for us to have intelligibility about the universe or to know things or whatever. Why can it not be grounded? I didn't hear any justification for that apart from impossibility of the contrary, which is just to say you're wrong because you can't be right, which is really not a very good strategy, I don't think, and doesn't actually determine anything. And the last thing was what I wrote down was you said something to the effect of, I'm looking for a universal mind to ground the world. Well, okay, but an atheist wouldn't be doing that. So, I mean, and then you said if the atheist rejects this precondition, then it's not conducive to the debate, or germane is the word you used. I think conducive means about the same thing. I'm really curious as to why we would go there, why you would have a debate with an atheist if you're going to tell the atheist, look, we're here to debate, and you think it is sourced in a different something other than a mind, but what I'm looking for is a mind. I was like, yeah, but your opponent disagrees with you on that. So if my position even can't be constructive for the debate, then I guess I just don't know why we think that, or why that was said, or why that was brought up. I am out of notes, so that's basically all I have.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. With that, that's going to wrap up opening statements, and we're going to move into the 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals. So we're going to hand the mic back to Eli. So, Eli, whenever you're ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Okay, sounds good. I will also confess that this is the first time that I didn't pre-write an opening statement. I was feeling cocky, and then we went live, and I got a little bit of the haven't been live in a while nerves. So I made a couple of mistakes in my delivery of my argument, but now that we're getting into it and I have some points to address, I think I can iron it out and make things a bit more clear. If I said if God is a necessary precondition, that was a mistake. That was not how I meant to use the transcendental argument. X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X. Total, language mistake on my part, but that it's not an if statement. So forgive me if we can scrub that. That was a total mistake. So it's God is the necessary precondition. X is the necessary precondition for Y therefore X. So, what I'm asking for, what Tag is looking for, is a justification from the atheist position that can actually show how the Y in this case is possible within their worldview. Given, and this is something that when we get into open dialogue, I want to clarify, is the position from Peterson that the ontological status of the conditions that make up the possibility of knowledge. I did actually in my opening statement reference knowledge and the transcendental categories that make it possible. So that's definitely where I'm going to go with it. It's things like truth, things like logic, meaning, information. All of those things are part of the system of how anybody gets knowledge. I don't think you and I would deny that. And I think you would also agree that there's a retorsion aspect to, you can't deny logic, because to do so would be using logic. You can't say there is no truth, because that would be a truth claim. You see, what Tag is almost like another retorsion argument. That argument works for the atheist if they're going up against somebody that denies logic or truth wholesale. But what it doesn't do is explain that, okay, I grant that you use this. I don't think that Planet Peterson is void of logic or reason, but I don't think that his worldview can give an account for it based on the ontological status of the categories that are in question. So when we compare the two worldviews and you compare it to the theistic worldview that says, actually, we have one starting point, but this starting point gives a gives coherency, explanatory power, and a justification for the possibility of these things at all in relation to the ontological status, again, immaterial, universal, invariant, conceptual, in a universal, immaterial, invariant mind whose nature is ultimately the highest point of logic, the highest point of truth. When we get into the cross-examination of a worldview that posits that these things are possible without this being, without this God as a starting point, it's kind of like the retorsion argument, where if you try to say logic doesn't exist, well, you're using logic to do it. If you try to say that, well, yeah, I believe that logic is universal, but there's absolutely nothing in your worldview which could ground and justify something being universal at all, that's where the debunking comes in. So I wanted to clarify that, and I tried to write some notes about the other points. When I said he's making a starting point and going forward, yes, again, little bit of nerves. Of course, I'm doing the same thing. We all have epistemic foundation. What I'm saying is that what is picked as a presupposition or an axiom, or maybe not even picked, but deduced, it becomes arbitrary in their position, again, because it's not justified. Now, some might say it's a presupposition. By definition, it doesn't need to be justified. But when you're looking at something like a self-evident axiom, for example, you have to actually look at this and say, okay, this here is a self-evident principle, and there's other principles over here that aren't. Now, you've just created a criteria for this to be self-evident, and in your worldview, there has to be a justification for that move. I'm not saying that my opponent's doing this at all. We haven't gotten into the debate, but some things that I've heard is people act like saying something's an axiom or a presupposition is like putting a force field around it and saying it can no longer be critiqued. So, of course, we both have our starting points. What I'm saying is, if this is paradigmatic worldview comparisons, where we're taking the entire scope of the opponent's worldview into consideration, we do an internal critique, we compare the coherency, and there's 3 points of a worldview: metaphysics, ethics, and epistemology. And ours has a coherent justification for it, and the contrary, this is the impossibility of the contrary, it doesn't.
All right, thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back to Planet Peterson. Whenever you're ready for your rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Sure, maybe like 10 seconds because I'm just typing something here. Okay, I mean that'll be good enough. So, yeah, we'll get started. I didn't write down too much. So, yeah, I don't feel like I'm going to beat you up over opening statements or anything. I'm not that kind of debater. So, don't worry about it. And I'm probably going to make mistakes too. So just give me the same charity of not being a jerk about it. So I wrote down just a couple of ideas as we were going through this. This didn't really get brought up, but in my worldview, what I think is, I think we can have knowledge about things, even if I don't have an ultimate referent, a bedrock, brute, ontological grounding or whatever for something. I can still acquire knowledge about things. So ancient people knew all kinds of things about the natural world that were true, even though they didn't know the science that we know today. And if God exists, then presumably virtually all of the science we know today, like the very sophisticated physics, the now, if you're going to claim that the fact that its existence or the ability to make those claims or whatever is grounded in God, or that he sustains it or instantiates it or whatever, then that doesn't actually undermine my ability to, devoid of using God in my formulation, come to any of that knowledge in a completely secular way. I don't think any Christian does Christian math or Christian science or Christian logic or anything like that when they do these things. So when we're retreating to the ultimate grounding of it as the account, again, what are we actually contributing to knowledge by doing that, and what are we actually proving that is false? Because certainly, even if God exists, the secular science is still true. So what exactly is going on there? There's an old, I can't remember, I think it was John Locke who made this argument. It might have been Kant, but I want to say it was John Locke. I don't remember exactly, but he makes the argument that, which I think is a pretty good way to undermine the presuppositionalist tactic, which is God would have to create humans with moral and logical instincts that they have on their own, that they can do on their own. Now, granted, it's given to us by God, but we purely use our own human reasoning, and God doesn't enter the equation anywhere in there. So it doesn't, we don't actually use God in the formulation. It's all just down to us. Because if that wasn't the case, then even if God exists, we couldn't know it. We couldn't know moral truths, or we couldn't know logical truths, and we could never come to the understanding that God exists. The only alternative to this is to say that God does do all of our thinking for us, which would make God's behavior pretty obviously immoral, I feel. So if purely by human reasoning we can do and understand these things, then I think that kind of does damage for the tag presupposition. I think basically the only claim that was made that I wrote down was atheism doesn't have an ontological grounding. Again, I just don't think that that's really what would be the word? I don't know how you can really stand on that, because I could be a Neoplatonist. Platonism is absolutely a secular ontological grounding metaphysic. I could simply believe that moral facts exist, for example. I could ground it in the universe. That is an ontological thing that we exist, and I'll just arbitrarily label it as necessary. And I actually have a strong suspicion that some of these that what I'm laying out there kind of is the case. Separate ontological groundings for these things, even if God does exist, because does God know that murder is wrong? Well, then it's a fact with ontological status, and it doesn't come from God. It's something that God knows. Does God know that 2 + 2 = 4? Well, then it's a fact with ontological status. And I'm out of time, but that's pretty much all I had anyway.
All right. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour back and forth, let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. And we host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason, politics, culture, ethics, theology, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you're enjoying the format, make sure you're locked in, because we have a lot more coming. And also a reminder for the live chat. After the closing statements, we'll be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So drop your questions in the Q&A there in the live chat. But keep in mind, the Super Chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions do get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get read. So if there's something you really want answered, send it through one of those options. And finally, thank you to both the debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspective into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start off, just jump in and I will start the timer up with your voice.
Awesome. I'd like to start, and I appreciate the charitability, Planet Peterson, and I definitely match energies. However, I want to turn it up a little bit because I think that some of the argument was being missed. Tag is not just a presupposition; it's an argument which I believe serves as a form of evidence for the necessity for a God. In your rebuttal, you cited I, the self, knowledge, reasoning, and truth. Okay, all of those things are within the question that Tag is asking of a non-theistic position. Like, this isn't to be uncharitable, but it is the entailment of the argument. I'm not granting you that within your worldview. Now, again, I recognize that these things are real. So I'm not saying that you as an individual in this debate are not capable of, making a logical argument, using logic, using reason. What I'm saying that if your worldview was the case, if your worldview is true, you wouldn't be able to. So when you say, well, look, we can come to the truth of things, that's begging the question that's being asked by Tag. What we're saying here is that these things that you're appealing to exist in a type of way and need a specific world in order for that to exist. That's where the debunking comes in. If you disagree, then we're looking for the justification for these things within your worldview that allows for things to be universal, immaterial, and conceptual, and yet in a world that had and invariant, especially laws of logic that behave within the regularity of nature in a law-like way, but yet the atheist empiricist worldview posits that everything came from flux, everything came from randomness, accidentalism, determinism, whatever flavor, teleological, right? So how can that kind of world give you things with this type of ontological status unless you disagree with any of those criteria of the ontological status, which we can get into?
Yes. So I'm going to address two things there. I'll try to do a back and forth here. So I kind of find this claim that if my world, you fully admit, well, yeah, an atheist can do logic, they can do like math or science, they can know things or whatever. Like you admit, it would be really ridiculous,
correct,
to say otherwise. But,
correct.
But then you say, if your worldview were true, you couldn't do these things.
Right.
Now, what I'm confused by this is, let me draw a comparison here. I'm reading this book about the development of science in the West, going all the way back to about 500 BC. And I'm currently doing research on the mathematics from that time, because I was curious as to what kinds of math could they not do that we can do today. So they had these philosophical ideas about mathematics that made them literally incapable of doing what we can do today. They didn't have a zero. They said that decimals are not a thing, so they couldn't multiply, add, subtract decimals. They didn't believe in the existence of negative numbers. So their philosophy literally made them incapable of doing algebra and coordinate planes and reflecting over axes and things like that. But whatever my worldview is, so if what you're saying is true, that I couldn't do these things in my worldview, well, I have a secular worldview and I can do them. What I would expect is like the philosophy of those ancient mathematicians. Yes, they were literally incapable of doing math and science that we can do today because they had the different philosophy. You and I have almost like diametrically opposed philosophies, but I can still do epistemology just like you can. So why am I able to do it even though I assume God doesn't exist?
Because he does exist. That's what the whole argument is. So it's very similar to the
retort. Why would you claim if my worldview were true, I couldn't do it?
Because if your worldview were true, and again, I know you take a kind of almost agnostic atheist thing where you're not making a declaration there is no God. I'm focusing in on the claim that it's possible that the universe has no God. Okay. So that is in itself a type of positive claim. It's a type of presupposition that comes with a slew of metaphysical baggage, right? So you're saying that there could be a world where there is no immaterial universal mind to ground immaterial universal concepts. And I'm saying in a form of retorsion, just like you can't deny logic because you'd be using logic to do so, to deny an immaterial universal mind while appealing to an immaterial universal concept is a type of performative contradiction.
But that's only because you start with the claim that it's not possible unless God's mind exists and instantiates and substantiates.
No. I'm making a demonstration, though. Again, this is why I wanted to ask you, do you agree with the ontological status of these things as I've presented them? Immaterial, invariant, universal, and conceptual.
So are you asking me if logic is a
logic, truth,
exists?
Any of these categories I've listed, we could do logic, truth, meaning. Any of these things would do. I think they all share. So you don't believe they have that ontological status?
No, and the most common example I give is temperature. So if you have a container of gas, it has a temperature, but you cannot have temperature without that medium. It's substrate dependent. If you remove all of you can't remove all of the temperature from it and have it exist somewhere else. You can't remove all of the particles and leave the temperature sitting there in the container or whatever.
Right.
So no, I do not view that logic is something that exists somewhere that we borrow and we start doing it. I think it is merely, I think formal logic is entirely grammatical, essentially.
Okay.
And logic in general is just a description of human reasoning.
Okay, so your grounding is in grammar.
No.
Okay, you said it's entirely grammatical, so is logic... Is it identical to grammar?
When people perform or are doing formal logic, it is merely a grammatical exercise.
But this isn't talking about the doing of logic. This is talking about the possibility of logic, specifically the laws of logic. I'm really narrowing down the 3 classical laws, especially like my example with the law of identity. They're descriptive. Like you would posit that this is descriptive. Well, descriptive of what? Would you agree that it's descriptive? Okay, well, again, that's a metaphysical claim. I have no clue what you mean by that. Do you mean a group of particulars?
So is tag.
Well, no, because I can give a demonstration that has explanatory power and coherence. I don't believe that you can. And this is why I'm asking, when you say the universe, that's a broad metaphysical claim. Are you talking about just a group of unrelated physical particulars? Is that what that means?
But I just mean like the universe, like essentially nature. But
that's another broad metaphysical claim.
Yeah, so is tag.
No, tag is an argument. You just said nature. I'm asking, what is nature? A group of unrelated material particulars? That's a yes or no question.
It's an argument but it doesn't do. It's just metaphysics. That's what the argument is.
I know. I'm asking for your metaphysics
about what
is the universe. You said it's grounded in the universe.
The set of all things that exist.
So again, I'm asking you, is that a set of unrelated material particulars? It's just a question.
Well, the universe would be singular.
So it's just one thing? So there's not many things in the universe?
Well, yeah, but that would just be the set theory. I am.
Oh, this is the problem of the one being,
but I have 2 hands.
Right. Right. So I'm asking what you're referring to. So again, now you're making this claim about you're making an umbrella term, but that thing, the universe, that's not verified empirically.
You don't think that the universe exists is an empirically demonstrable claim?
No, but this is what I meant by the starting points. Is you're saying we come to knowledge through empiricism, and that's how we can know things, like how I know the universe. But the universe isn't encompassed in the purview of empirics. This is Hume's guillotine.
I'm not really sure. Say that again. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Okay, so you're like, do you have not like, okay, whenever I say the universe and you're making this claim that there is this thing called a universe, you're referencing reality, right? And the world that you are empirically verified, which is sense data, right? Would you agree with the term all knowledge comes from sense data?
Ultimately, I feel like that's probably true. Because I would even argue that when we exercise, when we do mental activities, like I make up categories. Like I don't think integers are real objects. I'm not a mathematical Platonist. But when we do things like invent kinds of arithmetic or whatever and say 2 + 2 = 4, that's my brain doing that work. So it's still
Okay. Right.
empirical.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that you cited this thing called the universe, and you are saying that you have knowledge of the universe, but all you have is your sense data. Your sense data does not give you knowledge of this thing called a universe. It gives you knowledge of objects and sensations in front of you. So I'm saying, how do you make the leap from all knowledge comes through sense data to there's this thing called a universe?
Because the only thing I can sense is the universe. 100% of all of the data that I've ever collected in my life, or I would argue that anybody's
so this is going. Oh, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Is in the universe.
Okay, well, this is back to my question of when you say the universe, are you talking about? I have a few questions to do an internal critique. Are you talking about just a group of physical particulars?
Essentially,
is there anything immaterial to the universe?
It's all physical.
Okay.
So energy is still physical, even though it's not made of stuff.
No, I understand. That's like the physicalist. I get it. So,
yep.
So it's a group of physical particulars and physical things happening. Now you have this. Would you agree? Now you disagreed with my my criteria for the ontological status of these categories that I mentioned. But when it comes to the law of identity, for example, you said it's purely grammatical. But so this is where the problem lies, is that it's a description of something and of something in the universe, right? I know you don't think it's ontologically out there, but there's a behavior that objects are themselves and not themselves.
That's what it's grounded in.
But no, so you're saying it's grounded in this group of unrelated particulars. How do unrelated particulars give you an invariant universal law?
Because claims without reference are completely incoherent.
Okay, again, this is retorsion, I understand, but how does the metaphysic of your worldview allow for invariant universal laws if all the universe is, by your own definition, is a bunch of unrelated physical particulars?
Because those particulars are structured and behave in a certain way.
Structured? Okay, yeah. So like they're structured and they behave in a certain way. So you've now cited structure and behavior. So if I have a bunch of like, let's say, for example, we scale this down. I have a bunch of pebbles in a bucket, and let's say that I'm like doing an analogy, like I'm God and this is the universe. Now I'm not presupposing God in the internal critique, but like this bucket with all of these physical particular rocks, that's the universe. Okay. And they've fallen into this bucket in random accidentalism. But now you're saying there's a structure and behavior that all these particulars make that has now immaterial, universal, and conceptual laws that can be recognized by the human brain. What metaphysics?
I don't think any of those laws are immaterial. They're literally grounded. They're substrate dependent. They're grounded in a physical, real nature. Okay. Nature abides by nature's rules, essentially.
Well, how do you get rules from a dysteleological universe would be the first question. And two, you actually like what particular, this is the problem of the one and the many, what particular thing is the source of the rules by which all unrelated particulars now abide by, you see? Like if I say my brain is the grounding source for the universal laws of logic, the implication of that would be if I died, then there would be no more universal laws of logic. So when you say it's grounded in a physical thing, it's like which rock on the earth is grounding the universal laws of logic? Or you're saying it's all of them at once?
It is the universe. So,
but all that is unrelated physical things. So how does a bunch of unrelated physical things now make a universal law that they all equally abide by?
While they are related. Hold on, let me write down a term here.
No, relation. And now you're going to relation. Where do they get relation?
Well, No, that's not the point. While they
It's the
aren't
point.
related, you said like
Yeah, they're
random-
unrelated, and now
they're
you're
all
saying they
su-
have
they're all
relation.
subject to the same natural forces or whatever. So
That's what's in question. What natural forces? Where does empirical, secular, deterministic, physicalist, naturalist come up with this idea of natural forces?
well, we observe them. They're incredibly obvious. So I want to go back because we're kind of changing the subject here. So you said, how do they emerge in a dysteleological universe? Well,
because you claim structure and behavior.
yeah. So like take a circle. Where does pi come from in a circle? It comes from the ratio of its circumference to its diameter. Pi doesn't exist somewhere else and allows circles to exist. Just literally the structure of a circle that basically produces pi, that constant. And the universe existing, nature existing, or whatever, the structure and behavior of things in the universe operate according to certain fixed principles. We can call them nature's laws. We can call them the laws of physics or whatever. They merely emerge. It's not all that satisfactory of an answer, but it has analogs that don't require anything deeper.
Again, so it does if you're going to give a justification for how your metaphysic can produce such a thing. You citing geometry, math is derivative of logic. That's what's in question here. This is what I think people miss with tag is this is extremely fundamental stuff. This isn't like, again, I grant that geometry exists. You grant that geometry exists, but all of these are based off of principles observed in the world that don't match up with a bunch of unrelated particular physical things that are deterministic, accidental. They don't have a mind. They don't have any teleology. They're just doing what they do. And it's all changing, by the way. But then we have...
If it was grounded in a mind, then it could change at any moment. And a consistent universe where we can know anything completely blows up. Now, you can presuppose that won't happen, but you can't prove it in any sense.
Well, no, but in very like if a mind it had an idea for a world to be invariant and then created that world and instantiated that idea with the material, it would make sense and have coherent justificatory power why there's invariant laws, why the material is structured around invariant laws. To say that there is no mind and there's just teleology it's a complete contradiction to say, well, everything's random, everything's in flux, but we also have invariant structure. So there's nothing random to nature.
No.
No,
I assume that.
Wait, I don't want to get an evolution debate like Jim Bob, but isn't like random mutation the whole crux of evolution? You just said there's nothing random in nature, so that denies evolution.
You gotta let me talk. I think you think that dysteleological and random are the same thing. They're not at all the same thing. But just going back to the mind real quick, if the mind had free will, it could change everything at any moment. Nature can't violate nature's own laws. The universe can't change its own laws of physics. So actually, consistency in nature is the only thing that you could possibly expect in an atheistic universe. Now, I'm not saying that proves God doesn't exist, because God could produce a universe or whatever that abides by consistent rules, but God could also change them whenever God wanted to. So I don't expect it more on theism versus atheism at all.
Okay, but I mean, you just citing that nature has rules that it plays by the way, this is almost like a reification, a personification
that don't have pi as the ratio.
I know.
It can't be done.
I understand that. I agree that there's rules to nature. What I'm saying is that if these things like rules, just that word, like granting you, like that's the thing that you're not understanding is from an atheist position to say, so like, who makes rules? What is the colloquial term for a rule? It's something that a human, makes and structures something around so that things stay in order, right? But now we have a world that has we have no mind in order to do that in the only colloquial sense the way we know the word rules. But now you're appealing to these rules that No science can actually give you an explanation for why they are the case. They have to assume they're the case first to even do science. That's what we mean by the arbitrary starting point.
Your starting point is arbitrary.
No, it has explanatory coherence and justificatory power.
Nothing.
It absolutely does. I can give you the explanation. Do you want to hear the explanation?
What does it explain? Because remember, there's no
rules
epistemology that I can't do that you can do.
I know, but you can't justify it.
Well, then
and that's important.
Okay, but a justification is not explanatory. It's just the presuppositional.
What do you think the definition of justification is in philosophy? It's literally giving an explanation for the good reasons you have to believe in something. Justification is quite literally an explanation.
But this is just a brute claim that doesn't actually do anything.
No, I'm demonstrating the entailments of my worldview versus your worldview. We compare them. Which one has coherence? Which one has epistemic justification? We can go into that. And again, I can give the explanation. Okay. We have one foundational epistemic presupposition. And again, I don't agree with the principle of parsimony, but I've talked to a lot of atheists who do. And if you're going that direction, having a bunch of presuppositions versus one foundational one, I would say is more parsimonious. But again, I don't take that position. But we have, this.
God's not parsimonious.
God's
the most complex imaginable thing. It's not parsimonious.
Well, no, I mean, if we're talking about, somebody who has to grant themselves, 4 or 5, 6 to a dozen presuppositions versus one, that would apply to Occam's razor. But anyway, we have a grounding source in the nature of God as the highest point of logic, the highest point of truth in his nature. He can't violate his nature because that is his ontology as God. Now, God has a mind because he's personable. That's where teleology comes from. God wants to create a world. He has an idea for the world. His ideas are informed by his nature in the same way that if I'm building a house, my ideas are informed by my human nature. Okay. So he has an idea for the world. He creates it out of material, creates material and structures the material around the ideas, which explains why we have these rules that you cited to, but have no explanation for. It explains why we have access to the universal immaterial concepts that structure the world so that we can have a dominion over it and make sense of it. It explains why animals don't, because humans are made in God's image and animals are not. And it explains how we can have meaningful sentences at all, because meaning is another thing that is not empirically verified. It's assumed. So this gives an actual...
These are just claims.
No, but
these aren't anything other than claims.
Okay, but do you understand how this... Okay, even if it's just a claim, it makes sense. It's coherent. It's forward. It follows. It has justificatory power. When I ask you the same questions, it's, well, natural laws, and we got the natural laws, and what's going on? You're not telling me anything. I can give you the actual reasons for why the things.
I'm living in it. So are you.
Well, here's the thing. I don't actually grant that without so I grant that you know that nature exists. I'm not granting that you would know nature exists if the preconditions that I just described weren't the case. And you have not given me a reason why in your worldview, these things can exist without meeting the preconditions. You denied the ontological status, the criteria that I gave you. And if we got into that, that would destroy the possibility of truth, logic, or knowledge at all. If truth isn't universal, then it's subjective, so there's no truth. If
God's
logic,
God's a subject.
but
God has a mind with free will.
Okay.
God can change the laws of logic tomorrow.
He could and he couldn't.
If he can't, then he's constrained by them.
God is constrained by his.
Platonically adopt a view of the ontological status of, like, I am not the atheistic worldview. There are atheists that
have an atheistic worldview.
I know atheists that are Platonists. I know atheists that are but
I came to debate your position though, Peterson.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. But all I'm doing is telling you that they can, like, secularly, atheistically, or whatever, you can claim through Platonism or whatever that there is ontological status to these things.
Okay, how would you justify that?
Well, I'm not. Well, would merely assert that there is a necessity.
So again, a mere assertion is just an assertion, and there's no justification there.
Yes, your claim is no better than a Neoplatonist.
No, mine has justificatory power, coherence, and
there are no justifications.
I've given them to you. Okay, so if I say that truth exists, I can justify this because truth is universal, immaterial, invariant, and conceptual. The only way for that to be possible is if there's an immaterial, universal, invariant mind. Okay.
Why is that the case? Why should anybody think that that's the case?
It follows. Okay. You can't ground the immaterial in the material. You can't ground the universal in a particular.
Logic,
and a concept has to become from a mind.
Forms.
But no, let me. You wanted the justification. I want to say it one more time for the sake of the audience. If the ontological status is all these things together, if it's immaterial, it has to be grounded in the immaterial. If it's universal, it cannot be grounded in a particular. And if it's conceptual, it has to be grounded in a mind. This follows. Whether or not you agree with it, it follows. And that's what I mean by justification. It's good reasons for my belief. That's what justification is.
Yeah, but even if it's valid, that doesn't make it true, because I could just say,
but what I'm saying is, from your position, truth is impossible. So why should we take the position that can't even demonstrate how they come to truth in a coherent and justified way, who denies the ontological statuses that make truth possible?
Demonstrated that I can't do that. You've just said the only way to do it is through the mind of God, and you don't believe in the mind of God. Therefore, you can't do it. You don't get to claim I'm right because you're wrong, and you can't be right because I'm right.
No, I'm saying I have demonstrated in this debate how your worldview makes these categories impossible. If truth has any universality to it, it has to be grounded in something universal. You said the universe is a bunch of unrelated particulars. Unrelated particulars don't ground things that are all-encompassing. So there's the demonstration.
I said it was grounded in the universe, not in the things that make up the universe.
What is the universe in your position other than what makes up the universe? What is the universe? I asked you, is the universe
a bunch of things that exist? It's synonymous with reality. It's synonymous with nature.
Wait. You just said, I said it's grounded in the universe, not the things that make up the universe. What is the universe? The things that make up the universe. Come on, man.
The set of all things that exist. It's
the set. So what is a set material?
The set is singular. God has
is a set material.
Does God have attributes?
I would say that he has an essence. We believe in essence energy distinction from my worldview. So he has his essence that we participate in his energies.
Is God loving?
Sure.
Is he wise?
Well, that would be malformed. He is the grounding of all knowledge. So wise would be something within a created order. But yeah, I guess colloquially you can say, sure, he's the most wise.
Wise, whatever. Okay.
Sure.
Is he three persons?
Three persons, one in essence and nature.
So you've grounded this in a series of unrelated, apparently, things.
No, they are the embodiment of relation. Again, that's how I can justify relation. The thing you tried to justify
the things in the universe are that.
Remember. Let's go back to the unrelated particulars. Have relation. Attributes. I just grounded relation. You can't.
Yes, the universe. The universe, singular.
It sucks to get debunked.
Hold up, let him get it off. Let him get it off.
The universe, singular, has characteristics, is composed of.
This is the problem with the one and the many. How does your system
hold up? Eli, let him get it off. Let him get it off.
Oh, forgive me.
There's nothing happening on this side that is not happening on that side. The universe, singular, but compositionally is composed of different things. God, singular, is composed of different things.
Okay,
they're a universal thing. God, okay, the universe or nature, whatever.
The Trinity solves the problem of the one and the many by their relation in their divinity. You can laugh, I'm giving you the explanation. Their relation in their divinity, okay, distinct in personhood, united in divinity. That's an explanation. When I ask you, okay, how do you get this thing called three persons united in divinity? I know you disagree with it, but again, now we come to your worldview and you say bunch of unrelated
particulars in one thing, the universe.
No, yeah. Now there's this thing called relation.
One essence, the universe.
How does the particular things have this thing called relation? How does that happen? What's your justification for relation between unrelated particulars?
They exist in the universe. They interact together.
No, the universe is these things. So now there has to be something more
God
than
is
just these things.
Is those things
Okay.
that you believe in.
No.
Justify how they interact together.
Well, they exist in perfect spiration, because if God is all Lord, then he has to be all Lord over something. If he's all loving, he has to be all Lord over something.
These aren't justifications. These are just claims. These are
Dude,
just claims.
What justification is an argument and an explanation, which I'm asking from you, and we're not getting, unfortunately. And this is why I say tag debunks atheism, and I'm demonstrating that. Now, again, going back to the unrelated particulars, if you're saying that there are a bunch of the universe is identical to a bunch of unrelated things, but now they have relation in a set, you're appealing higher than just the material world now. And I'm asking for the justification for that.
I haven't done that.
Whenever you say they exist together in a set, that's appealing to higher than just the physical things, which is what you literally said the universe was.
Universe, noun, singular.
Okay, nouns? How does a bunch of unrelated material give you a noun?
By existing? Like,
okay, so
how does something that exists exist?
Now you're presupposing existence. You're just granting
presupposing
yourself
existence.
You're
why am I not allowed to do that?
Because it's arbitrary, and in a debate you can't be arbitrary.
Presupposing God is arbitrary.
Not if I can give a coherent, justified explanation. Then it's no longer arbitrary, it's contingent.
Anybody can construct a valid argument that doesn't make it true. I could say the God-defeating penguin is a necessary being, therefore
I know,
God doesn't
this
exist.
is what the whole okay, that is exactly what's in question, is how do we come to truth? So you're saying just making an argument.
I could say zips up.
Right, but what I'm saying is everybody is in the same problem of needing to find a way to justify truth claims. That's the paradigmatic part of the paradigm level argument. We all have to figure out how to do that. Well, I believe truth is a person. So I think truth is God. I know you've heard that before, but
then the answer to all questions can validly be stated as God.
It follows, man.
God.
It follows.
Well,
it follows.
If you think that is valid epistemology, then I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I mean, again, like I had, this is what I mean whenever we say impossibility of the contrary, is that if a system could give an equally justified, coherent rebuttal, then this prompt wouldn't be the case. But what I'm demonstrating is all you have is, well, these are the axiomatic things I have to grant myself in order to come to truth propositions at all. And then when we actually look at these things and we say, wait a minute, the metaphysic of the world that you've proposed doesn't account for the way that these things actually exist in the world. And so if that's if it can be demonstrated,
other than by claiming God makes them exist.
Okay, again, this is where it comes to the retorsion. I want to go back to retorsion really quick, because again, you would agree that to deny logic would be using logic to do so. To deny truth would be a truth statement. So yeah, it's a self, that's retorsion. It's like it self-validates the criticism. So that's the type of argument, if that's valid, and you would agree that that's valid to say, that that's a great way. It's a simple Aristotelian way to show somebody who denies the existence of logic that logic exists. I'm doing the same thing, but I'm showing and demonstrating that the retorsion actually comes by the use of the thing you're talking about. So when you're using an immaterial, universal, invariant concept, to deny that, you would be appealing to a universal, immaterial mind. You see. Because again, I described the grounding of those things. If it's conceptual, it has to be grounded in a mind. If it's universal, it has to be grounded in something universal. If it's immaterial, it can't be grounded in something material. So again, just like denying truth is a truth claim, so that's self-validating. If, in fact, the ontological status of these things I'm talking about is the case the way I'm talking about it, to deny it would be denying the only possible way it can be grounded. Now, again,
you reject your entire premise that these things are eternal and immaterial.
No, I said universal. I said universal. Okay, so you deny that logic is universal.
I didn't say universal.
Oh, I
said
did.
eternal and
You said
immaterial.
I didn't say eternal. I said universal. You got to.
I know I didn't say that, and then it was like you were acting like
No,
I did say that.
no, I said that they're universal, and you're like, I'm not saying they're eternal. Nobody said eternal.
So by universal, it
brought it up.
applies to everything.
Yes, it's at everywhere present at all times.
Well, it can't address the statement. This statement is false, so it can't do that.
So again, this would
collapses
imply.
logic.
How does that? So how does me saying that logic is universal collapse
because it
logic?
breaks non-contradiction.
What are you talking about? Not the law of non-contradiction is universal.
This is a really famous.
I understand,
There's
but
three
you're
laws of logic.
presupposing. Yeah, you're presupposing logic in this question.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm just simply giving you an example of if
Really,
it's universal,
anytime
then
we
why,
have
then why does it,
conversations, we're
if it's
presupposing
universal,
logic,
then how
actually.
come sometimes it fails?
Well, again, because for something to fail necessitates for something to be false necessitates that there's a truth. And if that's absolutely the case,
I didn't
and
say that it's
universally the
false.
case,
I said that it can't do something.
well, okay, just because it had so logic can't be illogical. We're back to retorsion again. Like I agree with that, but how does that deny its universality?
Because it can't deal with the claim this sentence is false.
Yeah, we would just say it's illogical. That's
The
using
statement is
logic
illogical?
and presupposing logic. This statement is false. Yeah, it's a paradox, right? It's a paradox which is
a logical
within
paradox. It collapses
logical.
the law of
Right?
non-contradiction.
Wait. What kind of paradox?
A logical paradox.
Right. So we're presupposing logic again. That's what I'm saying. How does that? If okay, I get. Let me steel man what you're saying. So you're saying that if we have paradoxes,
I'm not saying that logic.
Are you?
I don't think it exists in the way you think it exists. I think it is a tool.
You don't think it's but you don't think it's universal.
I'm just using. Yes, if universal means, to me that seems to mean that it can't fail, and I'm just giving an example where it seems to fail.
No, that's not. That's like the failure of logic.
Earlier.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but the failure of logic, in my view, would be something to be illogical or paradoxical, right? But when I'm talking about universal, I mean you can't go find a place where the laws of logic no longer apply. It's a necessary part of
because logical
existence.
Logical claims require reference in order for them to make sense.
Exactly. That's
And it
universality,
doesn't come
dude.
from God.
Okay, that's just a claim, but you've now
Sure, I can prove it to you right now.
You just debunked that it's not universal. But I want to point out for the audience,
I can prove it to you right now.
you just agreed that there's no place where you don't need to have a reference, which supposes a law of identity, which demonstrates the universality
of logical grounding.
No, but you just demonstrated the universality of the law of identity. But go ahead. What's your next question?
That's not a problem for me.
You said it wasn't universal. Now you've demonstrated how it is. So that is a problem. You're all over the place. I
was really just asking a question because I thought it was interesting to dive into the
I know
the collapse of the law of non-contradiction.
It's a great thought experiment, but again, I'm trying to focus on you're here to defend that atheism is not debunked. So anyway, but what's your question?
Oh shoot. What color is your car? It's gonna sound weird, but I'm going somewhere with it.
White.
Okay. You have a white car. That is a logically true statement.
Yes.
So can that statement ever be false?
Could it ever be I guess if I painted my car new color, right?
Well, yeah, but like we're not talking about like it being conditional upon whatever. Like it currently maybe we'll have to pick a different example. 2 + 2 = 4.
Yeah.
Okay, can that ever be false?
No.
Why?
Because it is it's a mathematical truth based on universal invariant laws.
Why didn't you say it's based in God?
Well, because you are aware that's I could have just gone one more
you made
step.
a Platonic argument there, which is kind of weird.
How is that a Platonic argument? What are you talking about?
Because like I could be a mathematical Platonist and say that that's the reason that arithmetic or mathematical logic or whatever works.
Yeah, I would just ask you, how do you get universal invariant laws, which is the question I've been asking you all night.
Well, I'm trying to demonstrate something to you here. So
I know.
So pretend the universe doesn't exist, but God's eternal mind exists, right?
That was true at one time.
Okay. So could God therefore have said 2 + 2 = 5?
No, because that's a reference from the I mean,
Well, then it's not grounded in God.
No, it's a reference
has
from
to
the
follow
created order. Hold on,
rules.
you're not letting me finish this. I can answer it. Okay. This is why my paradigm has explanatory power. Within my paradigm, there's a created order and there's the uncreated. Okay. 2 + 2 = 4 is conditional on the universal invariant laws of reality. And I have an explanation for why reality is created that way. But God saying, before he created the universe, 2 + 2 = 5, there's principles in there that are picked out, and that supposes that he created the universe already, right? So he could have made it that way if he decided to make creation that way, and then it would be true. But you're saying, what if God referred to the universe that he hasn't created yet? That doesn't make any sense.
So like you think that mathematical, like you think integers really exist?
So this is where you'll know something more than me. I don't know what integer means. Could you tell me?
Well, it's just like a number.
Oh, okay. Is that it's synonymous with number?
Yeah, I think they have to be whole numbers. I'm not 100%
okay.
sure.
Well, yeah, again, I think that these are universal like properties of that have a real ontology, again, within the regularity and structure of the created order. But again, I think that they refer to a principle, right? Like when we go back to the law of identity, if I pick out one, like, we could go to tech, like middle school math. Johnny has one apple. It doesn't have to be an apple. It's just a placeholder for that refers to one principle. And that principle could be anything. That's why math is applicable to things. But again, this is within the created order. I don't think that God is like made of math the way we know math. I think that his nature is truth. And if math is truthful, I have a grounding source for that.
Okay. So just real quick, because I forgot the answer. Could God make the utterance before he creates the universe? Could God hold the belief or whatever, 2 + 2 = 5? Could he do that?
Well, so two things, and I'm not trying to dodge. I just want to clarify something. Just like my position justifies the reality that I'm in and gives a coherent account for truth. But that doesn't mean that I now have exhaustive knowledge of the way God's mind works. That would be a non sequitur. I'm not saying that that's what you're saying per se, but I want to clarify with that. I would say that like the way we have beliefs and the way that God has beliefs is not a one-to-one. And again, a mathematical proposition is something coming from the created order. So like him having knowledge of how he plans to create the created order, yeah, he could have that thought, but he creates the created order unto his will. But its truth value comes from how it exists in creation. So there's not like the earth and the universe wasn't eternally with God forever. There was a moment where he created it.
It pretty much sounds like
this distinction.
It pretty much sounds like you're saying God could say 2 + 2 = 5, because God could create a universe where that actually is the truth of the
right, and then it would be
2
true.
+ 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then 2 + 2 = 4 is not eternally true.
I never said it was eternally true. I said it was universally true.
You said logic is eternal.
Dude, I have said all night long, universal, immaterial, conceptual, and invariant. Eternality applies to God, and his nature is ultimately logical. So anything he creates will be informed by that nature. But the way you understand math is
eternal logic is just textbook tag. So I'm really confused here.
Well, then you clearly have not understood. Like his nature is eternal, and his nature is all logical. Okay. But now when we're getting into a mathematical proposition, that's a proposition that comes that's based on the reality of the created order that has its structure grounded in God. Okay, so that's what I'm saying is that you're saying, well, like you're trying to apply something from the universe that God created to him before he created it, and I'm saying that doesn't make sense. The world he's going to create is going to be logical because it's informed by his nature. Okay, that's
well, then it could take any form, and so that seems to.
So anything can be logical? No, that implies that anything can be logical.
If God can create any kind of reality, then yes.
No, he can only create a logical reality.
Yeah, but the logical reality he creates can take on any form.
It's not arbitrary. That's what teleology
obviously is arbitrary.
No,
God's decision to do it one way versus another is just very clearly.
No, again, he can only do it according to his nature. That is like opposite of arbitrary. It's not flippant. It's not based on a whim.
And he doesn't have
the definition of arbitrary. Yes, okay, we have free will, but we're confined to our nature. I have free will to do whatever my human nature permits me. God has free will to do whatever his divine, ultimate truth, ultimate good, ultimate logical nature permits him. So yeah, it's free will, but he can't be evil, for example.
That still produces an infinite creativity space of the way things could be. I want to use a different example, and then I'll let you grill me because I've been asking you questions for probably.
I could do it either way, brother.
The mathematical example may just be like not a great example because of how abstract mathematics is, right? So let's just take like the planet Earth. The planet Earth is not the planet Mars. So that's a logical like law of identity kind of statement, right?
Correct.
Okay. Before God created the universe, if you ask me, God is absolutely permitted to say Earth is Mars because there is no Earth, there is no Mars. There's no referent. So just like I can say I can create a fiction in my brain, and I'm perfectly allowed to do that. You can do it too. All zigzags are doopity-doos. So those two things are just the same thing. They mean the same thing. There is no Earth, there is no Mars before creation. So God can just simply make claims that actually do, in reality, violate the law of identity.
Again, the law of identity is based on regularity in the nature already created. That's
what I believe, except for the created part.
Let me respond.
So
you made my argument for me. No, you made my argument for me. You said it has to be based on a reference.
Opposite of how I see it.
I know it is, but I'm sorry that's the case. But look, you said it has to be based off a referent. That would be literally my exact same answer. It would be illogical and nonsensical for God to be making claims about a referent he hasn't made yet. So I don't understand the point of your question or what it does as a defeater for tag at all.
If you're going to say that God gets his ontological grounding for claims in creation, then they don't come from him. They come from his creation.
God is the ultimate epistemic foundation. He doesn't have a
But without the universe,
foundation.
God can't even make logical claims.
Okay, again, I agree. Here's the thing. God, we don't know if he's like claiming stuff before he creates the universe, if he's like, because again, claims and speaking sound proverbiating out of the mouth, making finite propositions as particular finite things. That's our understanding of making a claim. Now you're trying to take that paradigm and again, like apply it to the ultimate epistemic foundation for the possibility of those things and act like it's a one-to-one and ask questions about it. And as I conceded, I don't have exhaustive knowledge about the way God thought in eternity pre-creation. I don't have exhaustive knowledge about whether or not he was making claims between the persons of the Trinity that were like not nonsensical and non-referential to the reality. What I'm saying is our ability to even understand the things you're talking about at all are based on a created order that is justified in our universe by all the arguments that I've made tonight, and trying to impose. The thing is, I know your chat doesn't like this. I've read the comments, but it is a category error because you're taking something from the created order and then like putting it onto God and asking how he would, relate to something within the created order when he's in the uncreated category. So it doesn't work in that way. You're citing things that the ultimate epistemic foundation created and asking how that applies to him. Well, if he created it, then he's the governor of it. He's not restrained by it.
Sure. I want to ask you some questions. They're kind of about the debate, but they're a little bit different.
Okay, you said we're almost at 10 minutes. I do want to get one more cross-examination. If you got a couple, I'll take them.
I'll do mine last.
Okay. This is just one interesting thing because I did watch some of your content. I've seen you use the Descartes demon argument and say, well, God could be tricking you. I'm sure I would give the same response that other opponents of yours had given, which is, okay, even if I granted that, it still points to a ultimate truth. If I can be deceived, that implies that there is an ultimate truth. So that doesn't do anything for my worldview. We do believe that demonic possession is real, things like that. From your worldview, everything is you have it.
God could be the one doing it.
Oh, okay. Well, that would not work in our system if you were doing a true internal critique. But again, I think a sufficient answer is that if you're being deceived,
God's nature to deceive you, or
correct. That's demonic. That's what Satan does.
I mean, he does that. He sends a lying spirit to.
Okay,
he says he gave people statutes that weren't good that they couldn't follow.
I understand. Again, if you're going to do an internal critique, you have to put on the whole paradigm and not bring in your own assessments of it. However, what I'm getting at
That's
is
the Bible.
I know. Well, I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm not sola scriptura. I go to an actual normative authority. Totally different debate, which I'm happy to have with you. Set it up with easy.
That's actually what I was going to ask you about.
Okay, well, let's get to it. I just want to finish this off. The appropriate response is if you can be deceived, that implies that there is, in fact, an ultimate truth of the matter if deception or lies is possible, which aids our paradigm. Now, if I turn this on you, though, as somebody who's you would agree that you get your truth claims from empiricism, right? You would call yourself an empiricist.
I have to presuppose that my senses are giving me consistent, reliable results. Just like you have to do that for God. So I wasn't making the argument.
I didn't even finish the question. I didn't even finish the question. It was a yes or no. You're an empiricist, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how does the secular version of that, brain in a vat, not actually completely destroy your epistemic foundation? Because if everything comes from sense data, and you could be a schizophrenic, you could be a brain in a vat, you could have all kinds of things that could actually distort. You're just taking the world as it seems to be, like Matt Dillahunty style. It appears to be the case. That's a psychological report. And if it's even remotely possible that your psychological report could be skewed or wrong or broken in some way, then how does that not throw your whole epistemology out the window?
So there's kind of two different things to this. So I do presuppose that my senses are giving me accurate, reliable data about the world. Now you do that same thing. Now when I make the argument that a demon could, you don't presuppose that.
I'm sorry. That's not my. I misspoke. I do presuppose that my senses are accurate, but the accuracy doesn't come from my senses. The accuracy comes from somewhere else. So I meant to. Sorry, I'm on a hair trigger right now.
That makes it sound like God's doing your thinking for you, or you're
God's making my thinking possible. My senses don't.
Well, yeah, but still, God creates the universe and creates order in that universe and whatever. But God's not doing any of the actions that you're doing when you observe the world. So but yeah, sorry. I jumped the gun a little bit there. I didn't even mean to move my head. I meant to think it in my head. My bad. Yeah. Go ahead. Continue with your line of thought. So that's the only thing that I'm attacking. It's yes, but you also have to presuppose that when it's possible that God could be doing that, or that a demon could be doing that. So it just when people, now you haven't done this tonight because presuppositionalism and tag comes in different varieties. You haven't done the whole thing of you can't even know anything, like the Sci-10 Bruggen-Kate and whatever approach. You haven't done that, so I haven't gone there. And I only go there when people are doing that because I think they're not offering something that's any better. That's the one thing, or that's
That's just
fundamentally indifferent.
poor representation of tag. Like, obviously, I would not say, look at this guy who's incapable of thinking, like you're, some kind of vegetable. I'm saying that if your worldview is the case, you've destroyed the possibility of thinking. Now, you do think, so that's why I'm saying it can't be the case.
Well, it's usually they say the possibility of knowledge, but I actually don't see
I'm talking about the possibility of knowledge. Truth, logic, meaning, information, these things I've been citing all night are all makeup. They're all pearls on the same string of the possibility of knowledge.
Well, yeah. So then, I mean, I would just throw it back. Satan could be deceiving your mind and making you see things not for what they are. Satan could have written the Bible, and believing in the Bible is what makes you go to hell. Satan can absolutely do that.
So no, for so many reasons, and I would love to have that debate with you. No, again, if you're gonna presuppose something, this is so I don't know if you're trying to do an internal critique. I think you're trying, but when you do an internal critique, you can't just say things like the word of God could actually be the word of Satan, because that's not our worldview. When you do an internal critique, you're supposed to put on the entire worldview of the person and then reductio ad absurdum, reduce it to absurdity on its own grounds. You're saying Satan could write the Bible. That's nowhere in our paradigm.
So this isn't an internal critique. I'm not saying according to Christianity might be false. I'm saying according to
your interpretation of Christianity. So why should I care about your interpretation of Christianity?
All I'm saying is that if the devil exists, then he can deceive people.
Correct.
And he could absolutely, like, you probably think that there are false scriptures, and you just have to have faith that your scriptures are the truth scriptures. Again,
we have a normative authority, and this is also tag works for the whole paradigm. If again, assuming that God's real within my paradigm, Christ made a promise that the gates of hell would not prevail over the church. The church is the one that compiled the Bible. Satan is not going to infiltrate the church and manipulate the Bible in our paradigm. Now, you're making the argument that Satan exists. So in a way, you really are doing an internal critique, because you're stepping out of your worldview, which doesn't presuppose a Satan, stepping into ours that does, and then making critiques about it. So you actually are doing an internal critique when you do that.
Well, we're running out of time, so we can't really get into it. But the other thing about the whole, like, the solipsistic argument or whatever, I think that it's actually kind of not the gotcha that you think it is. Because let's say that
it's a logical entailment of your worldview.
I don't know what you mean by it's possible in my worldview. Is that what you mean?
No, if I do the appropriate internal critique to your worldview, reduce it reductio ad absurdum, it falls into solipsism. Again, because you don't believe that there's actually truth outside of your own mind. Everything is in your mind. I don't understand how that doesn't reduce to solipsism.
Well, unfortunately, we're running out of time. But anyways, the whole you could be in the matrix, therefore everything you're experiencing, whatever it isn't real or whatever. I actually reject that. I would be having this debate. It's just that I would be having this debate in the matrix. Like, literally everything I know would still be true, but then there's this further layer or ultimate truth or ultimate reality that I'm not aware of. But that actually doesn't prove that any of the other things aren't actually true. So that's just kind of, I wanted to try to get 2 minutes is probably perfectly fine. So my question is, if your metaphysics and epistemology or whatever allows you to do these things that you're claiming it does, then how come Christianity is just rife with contradictions? How can that be?
Rife with contradictions. Again, this isn't deconstruction zone. I'm happy to have another debate, but I can answer
about biblical contradictions.
That's a claim. We think that there can be scribal errors, but ultimately
that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about biblical contradictions.
So again, we're not sola scriptura. What you call a contradiction. And again, this is what tags so important.
I'm not talking about scripture. I'm not talking about
the Bible's full of contradictions.
Yes.
Let him finish what he's saying. Yeah.
Forgive me.
For example, do you think the Holy Spirit proceeds only from the Father?
Yes, I don't accept the filioque.
Then how is it that the Christian worldview, which is the only worldview that can ground truth, simultaneously leads to the conclusion that the filioque is true?
Well, what Christians believe that?
Catholics.
They're not Christian.
So I was afraid it would go there, but so
Sorry,
somehow
Catholic.
you're the only
I love
your
you.
denomination is the only denomination of Christianity that actually exists.
Asking an Orthodox why the heterodox believe what they believe.
I
That's
thought
crazy.
It would go there.
I love you, Catholic viewers. I kind of mean it, but I don't. I do. I had to.
Your epistemology actually can account for truth because
it's consistent and coherent. You got to admit it's consistent, right?
That are logical contradictions.
Again, contradictions aren't possible if your worldview is true.
The only true one.
Contradictions aren't possible if your worldview is true. 2, 1.
All right, so that is an hour of open floor. But I always like to, especially when it seems like there could be some iron sharpened a little more. I like to offer, if you guys would both like another 30 minutes of open floor.
I'd rather do the questions. I gotta go get some water.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
I gotta piss.
All right. So what? That will wrap up the open floor. All right. So what we're going to do now is we're going to enter the final phase of the debate, the closing statements. Just a quick reminder for all of the live chat, okay? The Q&A is already up there for you guys. So if you got questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now, all right? And remember, Super Chats, PayPal, and Cash App questions, they do take priority. So if they end up filling up the whole 30 minutes, which there's literally only 2, so I don't think they will. So get your questions in, all right? And if you want to bump yourself up during the Q&A, you can just send a super chat. Or if you just want to support the show, because we're bringing you some great content, all right? And we have a lot more coming, all right? A lot more coming. We're just going to let them got one back, and then we'll let Eli get back here too as well, and then we'll move into there he is. Oh. Perfect timing. So, all right, with that being said, we're going to move into closing statements. Each debater will get 5 minutes to make their final case here, and we are going to start with Eli, so that will give Planet Peterson the last word. So, Eli, whenever you are ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Well, I just want to once again give a super huge thanks to SpeakeaZy for making this possible. Again, for people like me who love debating, love the sport of it, love the whole culture, good, bad, and ugly. None of this would be possible for random hillbilly guys like me to come online, debate other great minds. So thank you, Planet Peterson, for also coming up as well. I just want to conclude by saying, just a reiteration of everything that we went over. We're talking about a paradigmatic worldview comparison. When we're looking at worldviews, they have to have a justified metaphysic, ethic, and epistemology. I think I demonstrated this side from the theistic perspective, and not just in a claim, but in a way that actually demonstrates how, if you're going to appeal to logic, truth, information, knowledge, and reason, to make truth claims at all, and the ontological status of these things fits the bill of universal, immaterial, invariant, and conceptual, the grounding and justification has to also match. The theistic worldview gives this justification, gives this coherency, gives this explanation. When it comes to these basic philosophical questions, it fits the bill every time, versus whenever the same type of internal critique is done to the atheistic worldview, you're left with contradictions, things that don't match up, in explanations, assertions. Reality is reality, existence is real. It just is. Again, nobody's refuting that you have the ability to do something, but what type of metaphysic and what type of worldview are you claiming is the case, and how are you able to do that and still appeal to the things that don't match up to the metaphysic of your worldview? So I think that was all demonstrated. I think I think atheism was debunked by Tag tonight. Let us know in the comments if you want to find me to send me a DM, ask questions, call me an inconsiderate asshole, whatever you want to do. It's at Eli Nix Live on X, at Eli Nix Live on TikTok. I do a Q&A one at a time, debate and atheist type thing on there every once in a while. This is my hobby, so I don't call myself a content creator. I'm just a guy who does this for fun. Other than that, I concede my time. So thanks, everybody.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we are going to hand the mic over to Planet Peterson. And whenever you're ready for your closing statement, we will start the timer up with your voice.
Sure. I'll make it fairly short and sweet. First of all, thanks for having me. And then, Eli was a really good interlocutor. We got heated, but it never got personal or whatever. And I don't think anybody played any dumb tricks or anything. So, good, honest debate. That's pretty cool. I think sort of what happened here was, I didn't really come in here to necessarily produce something that is supposed to do any work, because it was does tag debunk atheism. If we were having a debate on does naturalism accurately describe reality or something like that, then I would have done more. I just didn't feel like that was really my job for the debate. But what we heard tonight were claims that justifications were being made, but I literally just only heard claims, presuppositions and claims. So if something's going to be debunked, then I think that is, you have to do some epistemological lifting, and just grounding brute facts and declaring necessities doesn't do that. You're just telling us what your worldview and starting point is. I thought it was deeply inconvenient, the fact that apparently God's ability to ground logical claims requires creation. So then it's not coming from God. I found that to be a little bit problematic. It would have been cool to go into that a little bit more. And then the ultimate thing, at the very end there, if you produce a worldview or a metaphysics or an epistemology or whatever that is capable of ultimately declaring that multiple contradictions are all true, then it's just completely worthless. It can't do anything. And that's kind of what happened at the end there. A Catholic would, a debate between a Catholic and Eli on tag would be really fascinating. It would be very strange, because the Catholic would be saying, well, I ground it in the ultimate truth, which is God. And then Eli would say, well, I ground it in the ultimate truth, which is God. And then the Catholic would say, I used the ultimate grounding to know that the filioque is true because it's revealed to me by God. And then Eli would say, no, that's not how that works. So this isn't contributing to epistemology in any way. I think it collapses pretty obviously. And the only option, which is a total cop-out, I think, is to just claim that somehow my denomination is the only true denomination or whatever. And it's not like that's the only example. Some people think water baptism is required, whereas others don't, right? Some believe in faith plus works. Some believe in faith alone. Those are the only popular ones I can think of off the top of my head. So that's all I got.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And that is going to conclude the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. If you are enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel, so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on the Swords of Reasons. We run all kinds of matchups, political, cultural, social issues, philosophy, religion, anything where a conversation's worth clashing over. We put it in the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to both of tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Make sure you show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. Before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I like to ask a question or two to each debater myself based on things I heard during the debate or arguments that I think should be clarified, or maybe even something that was missed. And then once those answered questions, we'll enter the official 30-minute Q&A. So for my first questions, we're going to start with the affirmative. So if tag is necessary to ground logic, morality, and uniformity. Can you explain to everyone then why highly trained like atheist philosophers understand and use these things without appealing to God? So basically the question is like, are they borrowing from your worldview without knowing it, or does that weaken the claim of necessity?
Eli's frozen on my screen.
Oh yeah, okay. Oh, he must have clicked something. All right. We'll give him a minute. He'll probably get back up here. I was wondering, wait a minute, is he just looking at me? I'm sure he'll give him a second here. He might have just clicked out. Let me see if he messaged me here. Nope. All right. Well, I guess I can ask your questions until he
we'll do
gets back here. So you reject that like God is as the necessary precondition for logic and morality. So like, what would you say is the ultimate foundation that makes it like, if you would say logical laws are universal, immaterial, and unchanging, or are they just human conventions or like evolutionary byproducts?
Well, I think they're both. What we do when we're doing logic is a grammatical exercise. We're formalizing our reasoning process. Our reasoning process is us having a sort of interaction or relationship with nature. It is nature itself that operates, that is consistent, that does all these. Like if nature wasn't consistent, the laws of physics randomly fluctuated. If the law of identity would be broken constantly because things would turn into other things right before our eyes, then we would just see that happening. And then we would still be able to see it and articulate it and formalize it. That is all that's going on when I think about logic, I'm just talking about the process of us like formalizing that, like us participating in it, but it's grounded in nature.
All right. And then my second question is so you would say like with your worldview, reality is ultimately like material or impersonal. Would that be fair to say it like that?
That reality is,
yeah, like it's ultimately material. Yeah.
I think physicalism makes the most sense.
Yeah.
So it's not personal. No.
Yeah, that's what I.
Which, yeah.
Okay. So then my question would be like, how do abstract like non-physical truth like mathematics, logic, moral obligations, like how does it exist, and like why should we trust our minds?
Well, I think they're total inventions. The reason why it works so well is because they were invented specifically to describe nature, reality, etc. So of course they're really good at it. That's what they were designed to do. It's like, you know, I don't know, you build a race car and it's like, you know what? This race car, it's also really good at getting me to the grocery store and back. It's like, well, yeah, it's a car. It has wheels and an engine. It's supposed to do those things.
Easy, am I allowed to jump in here, or is this just you and him?
Oh, no. This is I asked two questions for each of you. So I was asking his questions because you had dropped off. But yeah, you get the answer to his answer too. Yeah, if you want to.
Okay, cool. And sorry about that. I bought a damn Ethernet cable just for tonight, and I still crapped out, but at least it wasn't in the middle of the debate. So that'll work.
That's good.
But I would say that there's kind of a contradiction going on there, because you're saying it's an invention, but then you're saying it's based off of reality. So an invention, like inventing a race car, I can change it. But if truth is absolute in any way, then it's not true because the human invented it to be true. It's true because it has, at least in the correspondence theory of truth, which is what an empiricist use, it's based off of something in reality. So how can something be a completely personal invention, but then yet also have this kind of objective referent that it's based off of?
Well, what I'm saying is like the words themselves, the numbers themselves are just mental things, conventions that we invent, but they reference something else. Essentially, language and math are middlemen to the real thing that
precisely. But whenever, this is another reason why people misunderstand tag, is I hear this all the time on TikTok from people, is they go, it's just a language, it's just a language. Well, no, the language is the reference, and that's, you know, that's subjective. We can create languages and create symbols that have meaning, but the meaning itself is not something that, I mean, we can like say something means something, but ultimately when we're talking about truth in the absolute form, it's based off of something that we don't invent and that we don't change. And what we're asking in tag for the justification of truth isn't the language part. It's the referent, not the reference.
All right. So then my questions for Eli. So the question I had asked you there was, if tag is necessary to ground logic, morality, uniformity in nature, these things, why are like highly trained atheist philosophers able to like understand and use them? So like basically, are they borrowing from your worldview without knowing it, or
Correct.
Or does that weaken the claim of necessity?
No, that's exactly what's happening. So again, it's about where you're choosing your starting point, right? And they're not taking into account what actually it would take to have these things, because of whatever reason, whether it's a personal distaste for religion and the idea of a god, or you know, whatever school of thought that they come from. But they're just saying, look, this is a complicated question, you know, like Hume's guillotine. Like we can't actually justify this without something greater than what we're saying is all we have to work with. So we're going to just call it an axiom. We're going to call it a starting point. Just grant us this, then we can explain everything. But what tag is talking about is like, what is the possibility? What would need to be the case in order for the things you're appealing to be possible? So yes, I would say it absolutely is borrowing from a theistic worldview.
And did you have anything for that, Planet Peterson?
Yeah, I just don't think that holds water, because if an atheist can reason validly and justify, or like if they can do like philosophy or whatever, or math or science without appealing to God, then God's not a necessary precondition.
Okay. Here's the thing. Let me put it in an analogy really quick. If I am somebody, this is going to be a really weird analogy, but let's say that I'm locked in some, padded room my whole life, and every day I'm fed a hamburger, and I'm saying, okay, look, dude, I have the hamburger. I'm eating the hamburger. The hamburger exists. What do I need more than that? And then I'm trying to show this person without being able to, let's say, drag a cow into the room. I'm like, you couldn't or the lettuce or all the different, parts that actually make a hamburger possible. I'm going, look, see, there's a piece of tendon there. And how could everything in this padded wall produce a tendon and these different things? And you're going, look, dude, I have the thing. Are you telling me I don't have a hamburger in my hand right now? Yes, you have a hamburger, but there's more than just the slot in the wall that gives you the hamburger. There's actually something on the other side of the wall that's making the hamburger possible. And just saying that I have the thing and I use the thing isn't the justification of the thing. One quick, again, that's going to retorsion. To deny the thing is to use the thing. But I'm making a similar retorsion argument that the nature of the thing, nature's wrong, the ontological status of the thing requires more than, to the analogy, the padded room, the limitation that you're putting on it. Now, again, it's not a one-to-one analogy, not perfect, but that's how you could actually say, well, I have something and I use it, but if it is the case that the thing you're using requires more, and you're saying that part I don't believe in, but I believe in the thing I'm using, then you're in a contradiction.
All right. And then my next question for you, Eli, is so basically off of what you just said, then how do you distinguish between like the psychological ability to reason and the philosophical justification without like redefining knowledge, basically?
Well, again, that's the exact same argument. Like, so you can't deny that knowledge, logic, truth, meaning, information exists without using the thing. So that's the retorsion element. So that's easy. If somebody came to the debate and said, I don't believe it actually exists. If you actually watch, I'll reference a Jim Bob video. He had a recent debate with a physicalist where the prompt was, does physicalism make knowledge possible? And the guy right off the bat, first 2 minutes, is like, well, I don't believe knowledge actually exists, but I do believe physicalism makes it possible, and I believe that I have knowledge. And it's just like, wait a minute. Like, how are you using a thing that doesn't exist? Well, it's super easy to debunk that by just saying, look, you're using the thing in question. You're referring to the thing in question to say it doesn't exist. And this is actually, again, a form of providing evidence in an argument without direct material, empirical, scientific method evidence. What I hear all the time is an argument's not evidence. An argument's not evidence. This retorsion argument is a form of evidence. I'm taking that a step further and saying the thing you're using has implications by the nature of its ontological status, which makes it possible. And to have that ontological status has to be grounded in something more than you accept in your worldview. Now, again, somebody can turn around and say, well, I don't agree with those ontological statuses, like Peterson did say tonight. But then we get into the question of, wait a minute, logic's no longer universal. So wait, is it a particular? Is it not always the case that if you see something and it is itself and not itself? Okay, of course it's universal. Is it not immaterial? Okay, you can pick it up and hand it to me. I can't step in a puddle of logic. It's immaterial. It's invariant. It's not changing. Everything that we know about a true statement is based on the invariance of these things. It doesn't change. Then the conceptual notion is, how do we access this in the mind? It requires a mind to be accessed and to be used. So now we've necessitated a mind, we've necessitated universality, we've necessitated the immaterial. What fits the bill of an immaterial universal mind? God.
All right. And did you have anything for that?
I mean, yeah, but it would take too long.
Okay, no worries. All right, so let's start up the clock here and get into the official Q&A from the chat. So chat, make sure you get your questions in the Q&A because we don't have many super chats tonight. So make sure you get your questions in there and we'll get to them. So first off, we got Call Me GL for $5 says just a salute. Thank you very much for the support. Appreciate that big time. And then Wrath of Reason said, dropping in for an hour just to say hello. Hope everyone is doing well. And then Darth Grumpy sends in $2, says, is the Donal goal broke or are the rest of us broke? I don't know which one it is. But thank you, Darth. But then we can get over here to the chat Q&A here. So chat, if you want to bump yourselves up, just go ahead and send a super chat. So we got Belinda said, would always Belinda's questions. What would either of you do for a Klondike bar?
Aren't those like mint and chocolate? I don't like mint chocolate things.
I agree with that.
Oh
premise.
shit, we agree on
Yeah.
that.
Why would I put toothpaste on my Hershey bar? That's asinine.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd pay to not eat a Klondike.
Fair enough. Bobby comes in, bumps himself up with $2, says, Mr. Planet Peterson, can a man's be a woman's?
I assume that just means man and woman, something like that. It depends on if you think that gender and biological sex are not identical things. So just to make this real quick, you have to believe something like this to be a Christian because God the Father has he, him pronouns, but he ain't got no wang. So you cannot reduce gender merely, or at least preferred pronouns merely to biology because it doesn't apply to God.
All right. Do you have anything for that, Eli?
Oh, I mean, no.
All right.
No.
All right. Steelborn comes in for $5. Says, "Speakeasy clearly won this debate. You guys are all dumb."
Fucker.
Thank you,
Love you,
Steelborn. Prince of Dogs becomes a new member. Thank you very much, Prince of Dogs. And then let's get back over here. Teriak says, question for Planet Peterson. Without God, how do you account for all motion in the universe? For without motion / God, nothing is possible.
The universe is in motion, so I would probably just have to have a brute terminus that the universe exists. But this is kind of I think they're making like the Augustinian argument for, or was it Aquinas? I don't remember. Whichever one made the argument for motion, which goes back to this Aristotelian thing of, well, look, this ultimately does lead to something from nothing because you have to take, you either have an infinite regress or you have to take something that wasn't in motion producing motion. So it's a weird kind of something from nothing because it's non-motion from, motion from non-motion, which could start off as a thing, not like a literal nothing, but it's a kind of nothingness. And I mean, it's an interesting argument, but no, I could just adopt a B theory of time and just say your conventions about cause and effect and the flow of time are actually just an illusion of being a three-dimensional creature in a four-dimensional universe, which our most sophisticated laws of physics basically say necessarily have to be the case for anything to work at all.
So, all right. And I don't think Eli had anything for that one either. Bobby comes in, bumping himself up for $5. Said, "Mr. PPY."
What are you
gay?
And then said, "Sorry, guys. All I got is tired questions." Well, thanks, Bobby. I appreciate the support, anyways.
At least it's funny.
And then Prince of Dogs for $5 says, "That's odd. I upgraded my membership. Been a member for a year now." Oh, it's because on StreamYard it'll say became a member if you upgrade your membership. So thank you for upgrading, Prince of Dogs. You're a legend. Elder Lion comes in for $5, says, "Appeal to retardation fallacy. Mint and chocolate go together perfectly fine. And that's not even a Klondike bar. It's ice cream dipped in chocolate."
Oh, okay. Then I think it's like an ice cream sandwich.
Okay. Ice cream sandwiches are good as long as it's not dark chocolate, because why the hell do people eat dark chocolate? I don't get
it. Then we okay, now back to the chat Q&A here. From RVG 3PVG3. Can an atheist agree that if anything, God is energy? Oh, can atheists agree that if anything, God is energy?
So I know that like apologists use this concept of energies, but it obviously doesn't mean what somebody who's like a materialist, physicalists, or do. Like, it doesn't mean what it means in science. So I actually have no idea what energies means. This is kind of one of my problem with like God concepts. They use words like God's eternal mind or whatever. What we know about energy and what we know about minds is that they are absolutely substrate dependent. Every single thing we know of in the universe that has a mind has a brain. And by all indications, that's why they have minds. So what is God's mind? It's something completely different. And flowery language full of adjectives is used to describe it, but it doesn't actually, it's nothing but rhetoric. That's kind of one of the big problems I have.
If I could go in there, that's one thing that didn't get touched on because it didn't really go that route. But, you know, part of the paradigm of the theist is that a mind and a soul and a nous, you know, in the Orthodox perspective, is that it's something endowed upon us by God because we're made in His image. I agree that our physical brains are what allows us to access our minds, but the question of what a mind is, and even what the self is also a part of the transcendental categories that are assumed but not justified in the atheist worldview. I would disagree that, like, I don't want to say disagree. I want to ask, like, is the mind identical to the brain in your worldview?
In sort of the sense that there's like a one-to-one correspondence, then yes. But I don't, like, obviously, like, I am seeing pictures right in front of me. So are you. That's not my brain. My brain's a physical thing. But
Right.
like the one-to-one correspondence. So if that's what the mind is, the brain means, then I would say yes. I don't have like a absolute dead set solid
And again,
thought on that.
Yeah, like in, like, you know, a logical system and reasoning, truth, and then even like more abstract things like love or whatever. You might be able to like scan a brain and see these little portions lighting up and making colors, but you can't actually look under a microscope and go, see that right there? That is love in an identical way. This is another example
They can't
of
do that
an
with,
image.
like, temperature though.
Well, I know,
density.
but I mean, when we're talking about like temperature, and especially being like, I think, and you're the science guy, not me, but an absence of heat on a spectrum, you know, I would concede that same thing with, like, you know, metric versus, like a ruler, inches versus centimeters, miles versus kilometer. Some of that is a social construct used to put a phenomena on a gradient. But when we're talking about things that are paradigmatic to our entire worldview, and saying, and I'm not saying that you've said this, I'm kind of citing like arguments I've heard people say that, like, well, our mind is identical to our brain, or the only reason that we have a mind, maybe you would agree with this, the only reason we have a mind is because of the brain. But everything that goes into a mind, especially its access to things that are immaterial and outside of a mind, can't be looked at under a microscope and seen in the brain. And then you get the emergent property argument, that it's like an engine, and an engine creates this thing called horsepower. That sounds like a decent argument at first, like, oh, the horsepower is an emergent property of the engine. But wait a minute, an engine can't self-identify, because again, now you're presupposing a self and personhood, which isn't possible in the atheist worldview, that can actually evaluate itself and say, oh yeah, me as an engine, I'm evaluating my own horsepower. Now you can have like a little screen and a person program the computer to do that, but again, now you're once again presupposing a mind. So that's where emergent property, the mind comes directly from the brain, can't be the case. The mind is a very important part of the paradigm I'm putting forward, because the way we're able to access, not ground, but access the universals in question as particulars is because we're made in God's image, with a mind that is, again, not one-to-one, but similar and in like fashion to His.
All right. Next one comes in from Daddy Seahawk. Says, Peterson, were you prepared to stop being an atheist if you lost this debate? Did you give that possibility any chance?
No, I also didn't think I'd convert my opponent to atheism or anything.
It's for you guys in the audience. I hope at least maybe one person goes to liturgy after this.
Fair. Next one comes in from Reexamination Show. Says, Planet Peterson, why is justified true belief objectively more valuable than the contrary? If so, what gives value to the results of justified true beliefs?
More valuable than the contrary. So why is justified true belief more valuable than unjustified false non-belief?
I would, yeah, I think now I don't want to, misrepresent, but I think the question he's asking is very similar to what you just said. It's like,
I'll put it
we
up here too.
we would say that knowledge is a justified true belief, and that's how we can say we know things, right, within your worldview. But if somebody has an unjustified false belief, what is the criteria that makes or if he says what gives value to the results of a justified true belief? What is the evaluating metric that makes a justified true belief a justified true belief? I hope I represented that right.
So this is kind of weird to me because this seems merely like an argument or just a discussion about pragmatism. Why do we even do language? Because it's incredibly pragmatic, and the way we use language is for that purpose. Whether it's to write down scripture as God revealed it, whether it's to write a comedy show, whether it's to have a conversation about what's for dinner. That's just all it is. So the definition of something is just the agreed upon sense of what that word, like all words are just declared by fiat. The word selfie didn't exist 100 years ago. Now it does, because we are trying to make a use case for what are we going to call the thing when people do this particular thing? And we call it a selfie, right? So knowledge is, there is this thing we do in the world, even if we couldn't speak, or even if like we didn't have language or whatever. Like, I don't think anybody would disagree that dogs at least like understand things, even if all dogs don't go to heaven, right? They look at their world, they understand it, they know that's prey, that's water, that's nothing. I don't need to worry about that or whatever. So justified true belief is better because of the pragmatic sense of, like, that's just its definition, and it's the only definition that makes any pragmatic sense. So my answer would basically be, I'm searching for what's useful, and this is how we get there.
Right. If I could touch just a little bit, because this gets more into the fundamental nitty gritty, but this is a really good question. And I know you've heard these before. This is kind of like a Jim Bob style argument, right? But you're in the atheist paradigm and metaphysic, it's all inputs and outputs and determined processes, right? And you don't believe in a truth that exists outside of your own personal inputs and outputs, even though it's based on a reality. But it doesn't give you, this is why I said ethics is part of a worldview. It doesn't tell you why you ought to be logical and truthful. And then you say pragmatism and it's useful. Well, why ought we be pragmatic and useful? And then also, what is the justification criteria that you say this particular output has justification and has truth, it has usefulness? But if it can be demonstrated that truth is not a thing that could possibly exist in your worldview, what are you actually appealing to? It's like it becomes ultimately subjective at that point. At best subjective, or at worst, the collapse of the worldview is that it's not possible and it doesn't actually exist if your worldview is true. So it's a completely arbitrary thing to say this has a truth value and this has a usefulness, but truth and usefulness are these immaterial concepts that aren't actually, possible in the worldview, if that makes any sense.
I can't think of a reason to believe in the Christian God other than I don't want to go to hell, which is literally merely just pragmatic.
Well, no, like if we have a grounding for truth in the nature and will of God, then we ought to be truthful and goodness, by the way, that goodness is grounded in the nature and will of God. So if we ought to be like God because we're made in his image and he is the highest point of all these things, we now have something to point to. We have like a marker to hit. But if things are all, deterministic, flux bouncing off of each other, first of all, you can't even get to this thing called a truthful notion, right? Like it's actually non-existent if the entailments of your worldview are true. So a truth proposition out of the brain has as much truth aptness as that's just a physical chemical reaction coming from the brain, and then my fart in my butt is a physical chemical reaction coming out the opposite side. But one has truth value and the other one doesn't. But the worldview doesn't account for what's this thing called a truth value. It's just, well, because you say it is
responding to reality. Isn't that your definition of truth?
No, I don't hold I held a coherent model of truth that it is coherent within a system. The empiricist holds the correspondence model of truth that says it matches up with reality. What I'm saying is that's begging the question that Tag's producing, which is, wait, reality is a metaphysical statement. So you have to have a metaphysical justification for this thing called reality. You have to have a system to actually categorize this in an efficient way. So again, it's constantly like begging the question in that type of way. Like if I say truth is just a proposition, well, how do you evaluate the truth of a proposition with more propositions? And another, so what evaluates that proposition? What evaluates that proposition? There's no objectivity to truth anymore because it's all been grounded in the psychology of something. So I'm not meaning to get it. There was a great super chat. What he's saying is like, what is giving the value to say this justified true belief that comports with reality? What is the actual value that can actually be grounded and not in some type of infinite regress or contradiction?
All right. We got a gifted membership from Prince of Dogs. Thank you very much. And then another $2, just showing some support. Thank you. Another $2 and just says, shoot, I thought that's what I had going. Not sure what you meant there, Dogs, but thank you very much. I appreciate that. Re-examination show comes in for $5, says, you believe in pragmatic and useful, which point to objective value of certain outcomes over others. What gives those outcomes value?
Much better way to
no reason
summarize
it has to be objective. It can be subject. I can be the one saying it's pragmatic for me. So it doesn't have to be objective at all.
But wait, isn't like induction and all those things based on some kind of pragmatic model of, well, you know, like Hume's guillotine, we can't actually like justify and demonstrate that the regulatory of nature will hold tomorrow, but it's repeated itself enough times, and there's a pragmatic reliability to repeated observation and testing. You're appealing to this as, well, this is the best way to do it, but again, it's kind of goes into that infinite regress. I don't see how. I'm sorry. I forgot your last point. What I was trying to get to is you said it works for me, but wait, no, it works as the means to ascertain truth in your system. So if it just works for you, then now truth is completely subjective, and I could just say, well, this is what I think is true, so it's true because it's subjective to me. But this is why you're borrowing.
Because it specifically says certain outcomes over others.
Right. You're saying, again, you're pointing whenever you say that pragmatic and useful has an objective, or when you're ascertaining truth using pragmatic and useful methods to come to what I would think you would say is an objective truth, because I don't think you would actually say truth is subjective. That's a self-defeating point. But how can truth be objective if your standards are completely subjective?
So what I think is going on here is probably something like science or whatever is pragmatic because it does create useful systems or knowledge about the real world. So what gives those outcomes value? Because it works.
Because they're pragmatic. Yeah, it's circular. That's what we're pointing out is that's totally. It's like, well, what gives pragmatism its value? Because it's pragmatic. That's a vicious circle and a fallacy.
Well, it's normative. If your goal is, well, I want to be able to describe reality or know things about it. Okay, the scientific method has done more for that than anything ever has. It's not even remotely close. Math helped. Math definitely helped. So that is, I've reached that normative goal. that I had. So that is why I can say that it is pragmatic. So I'm not saying it's pragmatic because it is pragmatic. I'm saying there's a goal, and it achieved it. So therefore, it is pragmatic.
Yeah, but you're saying there's a goal, like, but isn't like whose goal is that?
Well, lots of people share it. I mean, if you're just asking me why ought we do science,
consensus.
I don't.
Well, but now truth is based off consensus. Again, all of these implications are pointing to truth not being objective, and if truth's not objective, we no longer have truth.
So I don't see how any of this is pointing to has anything to do with truth. The scientific method just simply is good at addressing questions about the natural world.
We're not even talking about like the scientific method
to do with truth.
No, I mean, the justified true,
it is good at that. But.
His first question was about justified true belief, so that has to do with truth.
He sent in another two as well to say, so if pragmatic outcomes are subjective, how are they pragmatic? And then said, if you can be pragmatic without value, what is it?
You can be objectively pragmatic or subjectively pragmatic. If I want to end my hunger, then I'll just eat something. It's pragmatic to do that. That was totally subjective.
What is objective pragmatism?
If I want to establish a normative goal, if I want to win the Indianapolis 500, then it actually is the case objectively that dumping nails into the engine bay will interfere with that. So objective can mean different things. Do you have an objective, or objective means true in all cases, stance independent?
Right, but when we're talking about truth, right, and how truth is not subjective, but justified true belief, going all the way back to his first question, is how you ascertain truth. But your methods for determining what's a justified true belief is based on pragmatism. Now your theory of truth, which is supposedly objective, is based off of a subjective value assessment.
So I mean, if I gave the implication that pragmatism is somehow part of my formulation for truth or knowledge, then I didn't mean to do that.
Let's go back.
Justified true belief. We said justified true belief. That's knowledge. Truth is what corresponds to reality, if you ask me.
Right. How do you ascertain what's a justified true belief?
Whether or not it corresponds with reality.
Okay, but so again, now we're back to that metaphysical claim. But
probably going to be normatively built in there as well.
Well, right, but even what's your methodology for
investigation? Well, I would think empiricism. You'd have to at least go through a kind of empirical.
Right.
But if it's mathematical, then I could say I still think if you're using your brain, you're doing empirics. But that's more abstract. I'm not a rationalist. But I could like grant that, well, when we're doing purely abstract mathematics, we're doing a kind of rationalism. I'm fine to say that.
Sure, but empirics are based off of induction, right?
How so?
Because you have to assume the regularity of nature that can't be justified.
We both have to do that. God could change the universe tomorrow.
Well, no, we believe that God is invariant in his faithfulness, logic, the things that he makes. What we're saying is that you have to assume.
I have faith that the universe will continue operating.
Right, but you don't have a.
If it changes tomorrow, then we'll just update our models. That's not even a problem.
Well, right, but what I'm saying is that in the are you familiar with Hume's guillotine? First of all,
the problem of induction. Yeah.
Right. So,
but you don't know the problem of induction will continue being a problem tomorrow. So
why wouldn't it be if you're just basing it off of repeated variables and repeating something happening a bunch of times doesn't ever give you the justification. And if it changed tomorrow, you actually have to start over now. So again, you're never getting to a point of objectivity.
All the prior knowledge would still be true. We would just update our models.
I know, but it's still never getting you to a point of objectivity. Now you have to wait for more repetition. And then another question is,
we can asymptotically approach the truth without ever getting to 100%. That's totally
right.
That's totally
So now
fine.
this is arbitrary. So what percentage of reliability, which again needs a value outside of itself?
I don't care.
What
It's just whether
percentage?
or not it's better than if process A is better than process B, then process A is
I know.
better.
But better is subjective
I
now.
don't care what actual number.
But
it is.
better
I can
is a
still make value
subjective term.
judgment.
Better is a subjective term.
No, if I say pee is stored in the balls and then somebody else says actually it's stored in the bladder, it's not subjective that pee is not stored in the balls. It's not stored in the balls.
Well, right, but you're still saying it's better to believe that pee is not stored in the balls, and that's a subjective claim.
It's more true that pee is not stored in the balls.
And now we're begging the question about what the whole conversation is about.
I kind of disagree, but I'm assuming there's more like super chats.
It's a yeah. Sorry, I don't want
Sorry, yeah.
from it.
There's a couple more here to get to. One here was Prince of Dogs just said, "All right, sorry for the dog meme. Thank you very much, dogs. I appreciate it big time." Then we got $5 from Bobby Ballbag. Says, "Is it moral to convince someone against a belief in Christ?"
It depends. Well, that's probably for you. Sorry.
Oh, is it moral to convince somebody against a belief in Christ? Of course not.
You don't believe in invincible ignorance?
Invincible ignorance? Can you? What is that? I don't know what that is.
So I think it's more of a Catholic thing, so you probably do reject it. So, if somebody was born like deaf, dumb, and blind, and they lived to be like 20 years old, but they were completely disabled and never were able to, they're basically in a vegetable their whole life, and then they die, do they go to hell?
No.
Okay, so that's like an example of invincible ignorance because they can't reject Christ because they never like.
But I could never convince them of anything. So what does that have to do with the super chat?
Well, what about the Native Americans before Columbus?
Well, thank God Columbus came.
Right. So there's really no pathway to the person that didn't have access to the scriptures gets to go to heaven.
No, they want God.
People that didn't have access to scriptures go to hell.
Well,
there's no logical path to that. There's no logical harmony to that. Invincible ignorance is the idea of, look, if you're a good person and you never hear the scriptures, you are not at fault for that.
Right.
There's nothing, whatever. Now, maybe you think in the rapture, tribulation, whatever.
None of that. We have none of that dispensationalist garbage. We don't believe in any of that. So, first of all, something that's different. I'm sure you probably engage with a lot of Protestants, like evangelicals. We don't go around making judgment claims on people's eternity. That's God's business, not ours. We know where grace is. We don't know where it isn't. We know where salvation is. We don't know, we know some cases where it isn't, but we have the normative means of salvation. If God chooses to save somebody through other means, that's God's business. We don't make these declarative claims about what God will and won't do. God is ultimate justice. So if it's justice for somebody, I would say, that doesn't ever have contact with the scripture, of course, they're not going to be, they do have the forgiveness of their ignorance. That is something that we would hold to.
Well, except you seem to very implicitly imply that all the pre-contact Native Americans are burning in hell.
When have I ever said that?
Because when I asked you about them, you said, well, good thing Columbus came over.
Well, yeah, I think that people should be exposed to the gospel so they can have the normative means, because I think there's so much, because again, not a Protestant, we don't believe that being saved, hold on, let me finish. We don't believe that being saved is like this declarative statement that you just go about your life. We think that the church is a transformative process, and that it will make, you'll become sanctified, and you'll acquire virtues that you wouldn't have before, and that's always a better case. Okay, so of course, thank God they would be exposed to any form of a gospel and then hopefully led to the true gospel. But if it is the case that they don't have that being exposed, God's going to handle them justly.
Sure. So what's actually really funny about this is how it can lead to a really weird kind of, not really a logical problem, but like, We're going back to pragmatics, which is hilarious, but a very strange pragmatic thing. If you do believe in invincible ignorance, because nobody, even the people that think everybody who's not a Christian goes to hell no matter what, for whatever reason, like they say that, but they don't think that, most pregnancy implantations fail. But according to your worldview, that's a human being, but it never knew Christ. So does it go to hell? None of them think that, right? So if invincible ignorance is a thing, and now if you extend that to, look, the people that God put them in a part of the world where the scripture would never reach them, it can't be their fault. God can't punish them for eternity in hell. Like, that's a popular belief, right? So if that's the case, then this question has a very weird answer. What would actually be totally righteous to do is to either eradicate all humanity, because then nobody else would ever go to hell, or completely destroy all knowledge of Christianity so that everybody in infinite or invincible ignorance could also not go to hell.
Okay, I want to say this with all due respect and all politeness in my heart. This is extremely low tier Christian criticisms. Okay, so first of all, this invincible ignorance thing you're talking about, your Helen Keller subject couldn't possibly be convinced. When we say that God will act justly, it doesn't mean that because they didn't receive the gospel and God's not going to blame them for that they now get a free ticket to heaven. They're still going to be judged on Judgment Day according to their deeds, because ultimately salvation for us, being united with Christ, is a disposition of the heart. So
faith plus works, that's Catholic.
We are Catholic. We're the Orthodox Catholic. We're not Roman.
Well, okay.
We're not Roman Catholic. Franco-Papist. Yeah. So, we're the true Catholics. So yes, we believe in a.
No, because they say so.
Well, they're wrong. So anyway, it's different debate.
Yeah, because you say totally so. Wrong. Yeah.
No, I have. I have arguments. Are we having that debate right now, Peterson? Of course.
I'm sorry, I strawmanned you because men in funny hats say so, not because you say so. Men in funny hats who lived in Greece 1800 years ago said so. That's why.
Well, again, we would totally do. I would love to have this kind of deconstruction zone, Justin deconstruction zone type debate with you. We're happy to set it up. But what I would say is that they're still going to be judged according to their heart, according to if good is the nature of God. And there are people whose hearts aligned and were parallel to God's own heart. He's going to judge each individual accordingly. So this idea that, it'd be better if everybody who doesn't hear the gospel gets a free ticket to heaven. So we should either, not spread the gospel to anybody, or everybody should be innocently eradicated. That's like totally preposterous.
No, not in a pragmatic sense. Do you think that if you had 1 million random people, that have no idea that Jesus ever existed, 1 million random people, what percentage of them would you guess have good enough hearts to enter the kingdom of heaven?
I have no idea. That's not my place to say.
Do you think that it would be okay? So if we took 1 million random people from somewhere in the world that have never heard about the Bible, right, and we introduced them to the Bible, what percentage of them do you think would be convinced of it?
If we just gave them Bibles and no normative authority and no Orthodox Church, I don't think it would end very well.
Okay, so which number do you think is bigger? The number of people that are going to have the right heart despite their ignorance, or the number of people that are going to hear about it and be like,
actually, in this particular,
now that I've heard about it, I'm rejecting it, so I automatically go to hell.
I'm gonna be honest. So again, this is why your idea of what a Christian is, and I was kind of serious. I think that the Orthodox Church is the one true church. I don't think that you can divorce. I think you can colloquially call people Christian, but if they're divorced from the church that produced Christianity and holds the normative authority, they become atheist factories. And I think they also become heresy factories. So in a weird way, in this particular analogy, you have a bunch of people who have never heard of Jesus. And now you have a bunch of people that are just given a book with no instruction, no normative authority. They read about Jesus, and now they're coming to potentially heretical or blasphemous conclusions. Yeah, it actually would be better if they weren't given the Bible without the normative authority that produced the Bible and gives the teachings of the Bible. So yeah, I actually think it would be better if they didn't just, but your whole analogy is just handing them Bibles like the Bible does this magic thing to teach you Christianity. Again, you're only dealing with evangelicals. As an Orthodox Christian, we don't believe that the Bible is some private devotional book. We think it's a liturgical document that can't be divorced from the liturgy that it was meant to be applied with, and the teaching and the bishops and the apostolic succession and the grace that the church has. The church is the body of Christ on earth. So that's, you can't divorce that from its from where the grace is.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but short of by unrelenting totalitarian force, you can't conquer the world and make sure everybody does it the proper way. There's going to be all these other denominations or whatever. So it's actually perfectly fair to say, look, what would actually cause more people to go to heaven? People just universally, just it being up to their good nature or whatever. Or if we introduce it to everybody, there's going to be a subset that are going to be like,
if you introduce
I don't believe in that, or all the other denominations that don't do it the proper way, and it leads to rejection, then that can actually lead to more people going to hell. So it's very odd.
No, because again, this is a paradigm level problem. I believe that people left up to their own devices are going to, because of the fallen state of nature, are going to succumb to vice, hedonism, far more than whenever they're given a set of accountability. But that isn't, like, maybe some people, if you did an experiment with a bunch of people with just a Bible, some would derive these things. Others would have heresies. That's why we had so many heresies in the first, 4 or 5 centuries of Christendom. But if you're actually talking about Christianity proper, the way that my paradigm describes it, you introduce the Orthodox Church and the sacrament of confession and the sacrament of communion. They're going to have grace in their life, which is going to cause a transformation. They're going to have a normative authority by which to bring their questions, bring their problems of ethics to, and you're now going to have a flourishing of virtues that you wouldn't have otherwise.
Sure. So that went on for way too long. But the answer to this question, if you ask me, is possibly.
Like I said, if you're just Bibles in their hand, it's worse.
We have 2 more super chats here. Re-examination show came in with another 5 to say whether you can accomplish your goal is irrelevant if your goal and the contrary to your goal have equal value.
Yeah, so establishing a normative, pragmatic framework is not the same thing as assigning a value judgment to them. There is no sense in which it is objectively more true that you ought to win the Daytona 500 than you ought to come in last. So this is just, it's just really not all that interesting. But even if God does exist and is morally perfect, why ought I follow him? No, you can't derive the ought from that is, unless you just don't want to suffer.
It's just a straw man of the position. And what he's talking about in this is that if your goal, if you have a goal and then there's the contrary to the goal, and those are both just determined input output reactions from your worldview, you have to give a special category to the goal that has a value that we ought to do. And if it's a subjective value, it's just your preference, then ultimately the goal of coming to the truth of the matter becomes subjective, and the actual truth of the matter itself becomes subjective, because you can't even point to an actual objective truth of the matter in your worldview. So all you have is, well, I have this goal to come to a pragmatic evidentialist conclusion, but without an actual objective notion of what truth is, like, again, ontologically, then you have no basis by which to apply a special category to your particular determined output of finding what you call the truth.
All right. And then the last one comes in from a Bobby Ballbag, says 100% my pee is stored in my ball bag.
You stored in the balls is never not funny.
So that right there is going to wrap up our Q&A for tonight. Thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, the support. It's what helps me keep bringing you these debates and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, a huge thank you to our debaters for stepping into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of us all. Before we move on real quick, let me check. Are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel?
I will.
I haven't even had dinner.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know you just got off work and came right to this.
I literally went from work, opened the door. The front door is right there. I could almost touch it. Sat down, clicked the stream link thing. I was like, all right, well, shit, let's do this.
Appreciate it.
I
Man.
appreciate it. So no problem. So what we're going to do next here is we're going to roll the debate outro song and video. It's going to run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone to hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During the outro, I'll drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join, test your ideas, continue the conversation on tonight's topic. Anyone is welcome to hop in, but just come ready to, question, debate. And if you're coming to just like troll or bring personal dramas or anything like that, you're just going to get muted and most likely booted real quick. So while you're ahead with that idea, just quit. Before we run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you subscribe to both the debaters. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these the debates, hit subscribe over here on the channel as well so you don't miss any of the upcoming Swords of Reason battles we have Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and I will see you all in a few minutes. And again, Planet Peterson, thank you for being here tonight.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left. clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought's collision, forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies. No surrender, no retreat. In the war of words, we find a beat. Swords of reason.
All right. Oh shit, the overlay. I always forget.
Ow, my face.
Always
Stab me
forget
in the
to
face
fix
over here,
that. Let me
Speakeasy.
do this.
Yeah.
Boom. All right, welcome in, everyone.
Hey, good to see you guys. Yeah, Eli, you were definitely picking up what I was putting down with the infinite regress of value. That's very
Yes.
helpful because ultimately what atheists do is they say we use logic, we use reason, we use science, meaning that we have these preferred outcomes that you should subscribe to. We have these methodologies you ought to subscribe to. They make value claims to outcomes, they make value claims to thought processes, and then they deny they do it once you call them out for it. And that's like, that undercuts every argument you could ever possibly make for all time for atheism. And
Absolutely.
So it's just so frustrating just watching. Like, it was actually amazing when I'm sending in like super chat for super chat, you know, I was like, I got lost. I was like, wait, no, wait a minute. I'm talking about how do you value justified true belief over the contrary, not just unjustified untrue unbelief. We're not talking about it, you know, internal contradiction versus otherwise. I'm talking about truth versus lies. Why?
Yeah.
Ought to you believe truth versus lies? And you're like, well, you can have subjective, not what I asked. You can have subjective goals. Okay, great. Not what I asked. Why ought people believe the scientific method? Why ought people believe atheist philosophy? You know, it's like, because to show up at a debate, to sell books, to preach and to talk and to say all these things is to make objective moral claims, is to make objective value claims, is to condemn religion. Like, I remember there was this guy called the Bible Guy on YouTube, and he had these 6 prompts, and the 6th prompt was the Bible is not a good source for morality. Unfortunately, my internet was crapping out at the time, and he changed it. I think the reason he changed it is because in order for the other 5 prompts that he made about the Bible to make sense, he has to attribute a value claim to disbelief of the Bible over belief of the Bible. So the entire underpinning of his show would have been prompt 6, which is the Bible's a bad source for morality, which I would ask him, okay, then what external to the Bible are you using to judge the Bible for its moral claims? And then it's off to the races. Anyway, I spent a lot of time filibustering, but I had that all pent up just watching the debate. So...
But it's, you could see like he intentionally kept going away from Eli, like trying to simplify it down, like he even done at the end with the hamburger analogy. And like even then, like you see, cause like, but the whole motion thing, like what I was going to get as like motion is then energy, and then every energy, all energy has a source. What is the source? What makes the atom spin?
I want to give credit where credit's due. I got the hamburger.
Then he said,
bro.
No, he said 4th dimension or some shit, and it's like, yeah, a higher power is acting on this reality. You know what I mean?
Real quick,
I got that. It's very
I got that hamburger analogy from Steelborn. So, Steelborn, that was your hamburger analogy. I got that from you. So, just want to give credit where credit's due.
You fucked up. You fucked up my analogy.
Damn.
The analogy is the steak specifically. It's like, how do I? It's like a cow is the necessary precondition for me to eat, for me to have a steak. Yeah. So if I have a steak, therefore a cow had to have existed.
And re-examination, you hit the nail on the head. And I apologize if I get a little long-winded sometimes. I'm trying to work on that. But you were asking exactly the right questions. And I was like, man, I hope he hops in the panel because I hope I'm representing the questions he's asking correctly. So that was all.
I think you're
spot on.
really well.
Decently, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, you were doing it decently. I'm just, I'm in my mind, you're in your mind, and so our
Right.
patterns are going to be totally different. Yeah, I would have. I mean, yeah, we're two different people. That's all I'm gonna say. But it was it was a very.
Well, you know what bothered me really badly was like when Planet Peterson was like, well, how can Christians, quote unquote, if that's the source of truth, can they disagree on things like the filioque? And Eli's response was totally accurate. We don't think Catholics are Christians.
Right. Well,
colloquially speaking,
Yeah,
but,
colloquially, they're Christians, but they're not actually Christians. And then there was some dude I was arguing with in the chat about how Catholics can't use tag because from their view it destroys the possibility. Their view of God destroys the possibility of knowledge. And then he wouldn't hop in the panel to argue with me. I'm like, come on.
I totally meant to say this to Peterson too, because he's like, I'd love to see an Orthodox run like tag with a Catholic. And I meant to say this. I'm like, just go watch Jay Dyer versus Trent Horn. That's what that debate was.
Or Jay versus Tim Gordon.
Right. Yeah. But specifically with Trent Horn, he's using like a natural theology that relies on classical foundationalism, and tag is rejecting classical foundationalism. So I meant to tell Peterson, if he's still listening, that's what you go look up if you actually literally want to see what you described in action, because what the tag argument, you need the Orthodox metaphysic, and the kind of scholastic classical foundationalist natural theology of the Roman Catholics doesn't align the same way.
Well, not only that, but the Catholic view is because they don't have the essence energy distinction that the Orthodox Church has, where it's like, okay, God's actions or his energies are God, but they're distinct from his essence, and we can actually we can engage with and interact with God's energies. So from our view, we actually can give an accounting for how we have knowledge, how we can engage with logic, and how we can engage with truth. The Catholic view has what's called divine simplicity, where they say, no, God's actions are identical to his essence. The other part of the Catholic view is we can't know God's essence. So from that view, we can't participate in God's knowledge. And we can't participate in knowledge that even comes from God. They say all of the stuff that we participate with God is a created effect. So we have created intellectual light. That's the actual Catholic view, right? That's why Catholics are actually, they do suffer massively from Descartes' demon, because from their view, knowledge is something created in us by God, where it's like, yeah, but it's not like an objective source that we can interact with. It's something that God's creating.
Is Descartes' demon identical to the evil God problem?
I'm not sure what the evil God problem. I've never heard that phrase, but Descartes' demon is basically, it's like, how can you know that it's not a demon is not tricking you? Basically, how do you know that's not the case, that a demon is not tricking you?
When you say tricking me, you mean tricking me about literally everything?
About literally everything. So
Yeah,
basically,
like when
the theist version of the brain in the vat argument.
Yeah.
The way he went after my sorry to interrupt, the way he dismissed my argument with Aristotle and say, like this could all just be illusion. I mean, that's basically what Descartes gone to. Like, he's basically addressing that thing, and that whole thing of like, I think, therefore I am. The only way for this conversation or this thought to even be occurring is for you to actually exist. So this can't just be an illusion. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. Well, you're right, because to claim there's an illusion is to claim that there's reality. Because how do you distinguish illusion from reality? So
right.
To claim that you're deceived by a demon, I would have to entail that there's a higher
obfuscation.
Well, and that's why
there's there must be noise.
Well, this is really detrimental. When they use that as some kind of gotcha, you just turn it around and go, wait a minute, isn't your whole epistemology grounded in your experience? So actually, if I point the gun at you and you have any type of illusory experience, whether it's schizophrenia or you're being a brain in the vat or anything that could actually throw off your schema, then your whole epistemology is done, because your whole epistemology is reduced to solipsism experience. Right. So it's actually far more detrimental for them than it is for us.
Well, no, Eli, technically, if you think about it, from the atheist view, from the empiricist view, if I only know what I can gather from my senses, then when the schizophrenic, sees like, the flying bloody heads, spinning around him, telling him to do stuff. No, that's real. He's experiencing that through his senses.
Well, if you ask Matt Dillahunty, it would be the continued reliability of the senses in terms of like if your senses at a certain point stop being reliable, which of course his essence of reliability is his faith in his ability to remember things correctly. Because how do you determine reliability without memory? But that's a whole other thing.
Right.
I would also say that real quick about the evil God thing. I think the defeater for evil God is, if good is what ought be and evil is what ought not be, then how can the foundation of truth be what ought not be? It's a self-defeating proposition. So therefore, God must necessarily be good in all cases. Go ahead.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
and
that's good.
what I'm getting at with like the Matt Dillahunty thing and the reliability is they say, well, it's based on it being reliable, but what they really mean is it appears to be reliable. So this isn't actually an epistemology; it's a psychological report, which is a fallacy. Like, well, wait, what appears to be the case for you doesn't actually have any bearing on reality.
And they would say that's all we have. They would say that because that's all we have and we can't do any better, that's the model and that's the system. And
Well, isn't that the God of the gaps argument essentially?
Yeah. Another great point. So God of the gaps, a God of the gaps phrase presupposes that you've proven that there are gaps, meaning that between the outside of the gaps are things that you have proven can and do exist outside of God, which has yet to be proven. You have to prove that the things on either side of the gaps are sustained outside of God and can be, which you haven't done.
Right.
So God of the gaps, you can instantly defeat that way too.
Well, the other problem with God of the gaps is what God of the gaps argument is basically saying like, well, you can't give an explanation for this, and I can't give an explanation for this, through like some kind of a natural explanation. So therefore, I just assert God did it, and therefore, ipso facto, I have now explained it. But that's not what the transcendental argument's doing. And people like mistake, and you can instantly tell when they do that they don't understand the argument.
Exactly. We
They're
get accused of
Zeus.
it being God of the gaps all the time. Steelborn's exactly correct. What makes that fallacious is for me to say the reason why my position is true is because you can't explain it. Now, what we're saying is a twofold thing. We're saying we have a coherent justified explanation regardless of if an atheist exists or not. It also just so happens that your explanation makes these things impossible. They're two equal sides of the coin. We're not saying that it's only fallacious if we're drawing our conclusion from the fact that you can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, part of that has to do, of course, with the impossibility of the contrary, but it requires going into doctrine with the impossibility of the contrary. And as the only Protestant on the panel right here, I'm not interested in having a doctrinal debate right now. I just want to kind of, celebrate what, the debate itself and go over the material in hand.
For sure. No, and I always like when I'm debating a hard atheist, I'm like, that's kind of why I was trying to say that in the beginning. And I a lot of times, if you're dealing with an atheist, they want to go straight to which kind of God you're talking. Like, well, what if it was the flying spaghetti monster that did all this? Or why can't I just say that it's this collective consciousness thing? And I'm like, wait, is it an immaterial universal mind that created the world? They're like, yeah. It's like, well, I disagree with the metaphysics, but thanks for debunking atheism. Now, can you please argue from your position? Yeah,
and the other thing too is if he tried to ground it in the God defeating penguin, and I wanted to ask him, it's like, so is the God defeating walrus on the same plane as the God defeating penguin? And if he says yes, then it's like, okay, well then you can't ground it in the God defeating penguin, because if you have an equally alternative explanation, it doesn't provide grounding. It can't be the impossibility of the contrary.
At the very least, you're now a polytheist.
Right. I mean, again, you
can't do it either for that same reason.
No, they can't, but they're still away from we always get accused of, the Christian will attack anything but to avoid defending their own position. But it's like, no, the whole argument is a defense of our position. But now I think, Peterson was very good faith. I'm not saying him specifically, but in general, you always see these attacks away from actually you give what is your justification in the worldview that you fucking hold? That's what we're actually bringing into question. And that's kind of why I framed the prompt the way I did, to make it really about atheism as much as possible.
Yeah, that's why it comes down to empiricism just about every single time.
Yeah, so just to get a little conversation going here, because what a lot of them will do, right? What the atheists will do with this is basically they'll say something along the lines like, so does that mean if I don't believe in your God,
then I can't do logic.
Am I just right by accident?
No,
They-
yeah.
Is what they come down to asking something like this, right? Because they're basically saying, if I don't have the justification for why I'm right, but I am right, am I just right by accident?
Well, I compare that to flat earthers with gravity. Flat earthers don't believe in gravity, and so if I say I'm a flat earther, I can stand wherever I want. It's like you can stand wherever you want because of gravity. You know, it's not your personal choices that make a thing what it is. You are dependent upon my worldview being real in order for you to have the faculties to do what you do.
Correct. And
yeah, that's
you know,
why we always say if you deny God, you're destroying the possibility of knowledge, and we take that exact same thing. So we show that, you know, if you do it if you know how to do it well enough, you can actually just really easily demonstrate how autonomous epistemology just instantly goes into a circle.
Well, that's what we saw, because when we talk about value, and it's like, why should I value truth over lies? Then it's like, well, you can have subjective goals. It's like, that's not what I was asking. That's not what I spent money on.
Well, and if your case for an objective truth is grounded in a subjective thing, now you it's in the same way I say, how can you ground a universal in a particular? Well, how do you have the conclusion of an objective thing, but your entire basis is subjective? You can't
what I noticed with it though is that, like, in his mind, what he thinks when you say God, what I call the Zeus character, whatever, or is that like flying spaghetti monster, whatever the bastardization they say. But when you're using words like objective and subjective, it confuses them because you're using fancy words, but you're realistically just dealing with like really simplified concepts. But it's like,
that's why I always taught. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, are you trying to say that they have a caricature in their mind, and we have to first remove the caricature of like some god on a rocking chair before we can? Yeah, that's a good point.
Like that's why I say like ask them, so who, like, where does the spin of an atom, like, where does it get the power from? Like, point to like the all power.
Right.
Say, like, explain that, and that's with the whole motion.
It would help to ask them,
like,
when someone says God, what comes to your mind? I think that would help, so you can actually locate the pressure points of how to approach in further conversations.
And that's
why,
and then you can guide them to what you're saying.
Terms, right? So you should. I think that, you know, the apologist should give an accounting and explanation of what do I mean when I use the referent God. What is the referent there?
And that's why I kept saying immaterial universal mind. Like that. That's always. I try to not say just God as much as possible, and say an immaterial universal mind. That's if they can at least concede to that, then we've now successfully walked them out of atheism. And I feel like if there's going to be a bridge argument, immaterial universal mind is the simplest way to describe it. They just want to go into which one you're talking about. So again, they can do the Justin deconstruction zone, my cherry picked interpretation of a scripture or whatever. And it's like, well, look, I'm not saying that. I'm not like being an ecumenist and saying like, well, let's just all agree on a generic God. It's like, no, I'm defending a specific God, but for the sake of argument, I'm reducing it to an immaterial universal mind, which my God is. That's what I'm looking for you to deal with at this moment, because that's what I'm actually pointing to as the precondition for the things in question.
Well, that's the thing, is actually I thought it would have helped more to be more specific that it was the God of the Bible, and using biblical concepts that are only coherent within a biblical framework to kind of box them in. So, for example, the triune God, and Jim Bob brought this. Jim Bob and I obviously have differences, me being Protestant and everything, but he brought up a good point.
You'll get their re-examination. Don't worry, you'll get there eventually.
He brought up a good point that what is the basis for love if God is just Unitarian? What is the basis for relationships if God is not? If God is not multiple persons, even though one God, like just different things like that, which Allah is not that way, and then Buddha, there's no God, and in Hinduism, there's too many gods, and you can't tell what truth is, and all that kind of stuff. So I thought more passages would help. So, for example, like James talks about, it's impossible for God to lie, because it came up about the things that are impossible for God to do, and the way I would phrase it would be like, it's impossible for the foundation of truth to lie. It just cannot happen. And because God's the foundation of truth, therefore lying is impossible. Things like that. Right. So well, my question to you was, why not more passages? Why not more Bible specific?
Yeah, this is exactly why. So, and I know a little bit about my opponent. He spends a lot of time, and I'm not criticizing him for this because, I'm getting into the TikTok thing too, but he's with Justin Deconstruction Zone on there. panels where they have a really good knowledge of all of the gotchas, which I don't think are true about the Bible. And again, I'm happy to have that debate. It's not like I'm scared to go their thing, but the actual reason is, again, if the atheist, the hard atheist, cannot even accept an immaterial universal mind, they're sure as shit not going to accept the Bible, the thing that basically for a living, or his whole entire online presence is collecting as many gotchas as possible. And now I'm going into hermeneutics. Now I'm going into all this stuff that has nothing to do with the actual case. So it's a bridge. It's like, okay, wait, if you don't even accept an immaterial universal mind, then there's literally no point in talking about like even hierarchical Trinitarian. I mean, I can borrow from the toolkit, but let's get you to this premise first, then start asking questions of which immaterial universal mind and what divine revelation because divine revelation is an important aspect that I didn't even get into. But what I'm demonstrating is that I don't have to. And why give, especially somebody who I think goes for the low-hanging fruit, which, again, I'm not trying to have the debate right now, but I think Protestantism is part of the reason for that, okay? I don't even want to make it go there. I want to
finally
make a argument.
It took long enough. You didn't respond to me, you fucking jackass. All right, second one. What's up, Examination? Teriak.
Hey, how's it
Rowdy. SpeakeaZy. I'm sorry I'm late. I was over on Confluence's panel yelling at a lefty. So I got held up. What should have been 15 minutes ended up being 2 hours. So that's my fault. I should be on Rob's show right now, and I'm not even there. I'm right here on SpeakeaZy's, baby.
You should be spinning the wheel.
Oh, man. It's good to be here. Hi, I'm John Castle, PhD. Good to see y'all.
Yeah, my shoulder's been acting up lately. I need to take a look at it. So.
Yeah, but I came over here. I really wanted to come over here to get. I'll even share a screen. I had something I wanted to have Planet Peterson contend with here. As you can see, I caught Planet Peterson in this attire. I have the share screen for you there, SpeakeaZy.
Is this from DebateCon?
Yeah, possible. Yeah, as you can see, he's wearing a Rob Noor hat. Now, we can see he is clearly a right-winged undercover covert for the left. It's right there. Clearly, he's obviously a Rob Noor fan, which means he's probably a SpeakeaZy fan. All right, so we just need to send him some SpeakeaZy merch. So get to that merch shop. Send a little note for Planet Peterson and buy your SpeakeaZy merch. Link in the chat. All right.
You know that picture where Joe Biden put on the MAGA hat? We need to put those right next to each other.
That's true.
Hilarious.
So get out there and make sure that Planet Peterson not only gets away with his Rob Noor merch, but he also gets his SpeakeaZy merch as well. All right.
Fuck yeah.
Facts.
Oh, man. So what's going on, everybody? How was it? How was the debate?
I think it went really well.
A lot of cross.
Mr. I don't respond to Averson DMs on Discord.
Did you send me like a personal one?
Yes, I did.
Oh man, I gotta check that out. I'm really a boomer with this stuff. So
I was probably focused on the debate.
I literally put good luck on the debate. That's all. That's all I put. I put good luck on the debate.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, you see, I was giving you a little love from the distance.
I appreciate that, man. Hell yeah. Thank you. I would have totally responded if I'd seen that.
If it makes you feel better, he didn't see mine either from days ago. I said looking forward to your debate.
Can
you did? On Discord?
On DM. Can you do me a favor, SpeakeaZy? Can you switch Teriak in an examination? I can't tell the difference between Nick's and examination right now. They're just looking like there we go. Now I can tell.
Okay.
All right, there we go. They look like twins, so I had to separate them.
I'm less blonde, I will say that much.
Oh,
okay,
man.
I'll tell you the truth. This is going to sound like some boomer shit, but it is possible to only get, your notifications on your lock screen, to only get DMs from Discord and not like any time a Discord does, because I turned them on once and I was getting notifications for every fucking Discord I was in. It was blowing up the thing. So I turned it off, and that's why I have to go physically check it to look.
Yeah, I see. I even I sent a friend request and I said, "Hey,
Oh my god.
Good luck with Peterson. Look at that.
Accept request. Done.
Yeah, you see, I
appreciate it.
didn't even give you the normal hi, I'm avarice first, which I normally hit people with first. And if you don't think that's true, ask SpeakeaZy.
Right. Hit me up on TikTok or X. I only go on Discord when I'm about to do a debate or looking to debate in the Discord servers. Hit me up on TikTok or X, and I almost always respond to those.
That's a lot. Look at here's what I'll do. I will make an exception. I will send you my personal number. And I'm gonna trust you with it. How's that?
Oh, okay. There we go. Well, Marte trusted me, so you're in good hands.
Yeah. So I will send you that, and then I don't have to go on that fucking leftist TikTok. I don't have to go and get sucked into X, because once I scroll on one screen, then I'm stuck there for an hour. So
I feel you.
Yeah, Miss Pistachios knows what I'm talking about.
I really mean this though. That actually, like, that's so awesome. I got 2 freaking DMs about the debate. I thank you both. Like, I'm not a dick who just ignores it. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I look at you might be microphone guy, but at least I care enough to at least worry about your debates. I was ready. I was like ready because I was gonna be like. I knew I wasn't sure if you wanted me to give you a little bit of Moggin tips for Peterson, like if you wanted me to give you the picture with him in the Rob Nora hat or something, throw in a quick, jab at him, but you didn't. You didn't need any of my help.
I usually think I look like a dork with my glasses on, so I leave them off, but I'm like, my vision's super blurry. I'm like, I have to think really hard. I can't be distracted by blurry vision while I'm thinking hard. So I'm like,
dude, at least you're not like me. I'm busy so much out of the day. Like I barely get time to do my hair. So when I come up on here, everybody's just jokes about my hair. It gets called hairline like 50 times.
Oh yeah. So, thigh burns, man. I got thigh burns.
Yeah. So, and then Teriak, he gets all the fucking frosted tips.
Mm-hmm. I'm not convinced that Teriak isn't just Conor McGregor in his off time, because I haven't seen his face yet. So I think it might just be Conor McGregor in his mansion debating in these places.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm a little
both of us have not appeared on panel at the same time.
I'm a little frustrated right now. There's a lack of SpeakeaZy donos coming in right now. If we could get like a few of those,
absolutely.
I felt that like being an honorary debater through Super Chat.
Yeah, if we can make Avarice happy by sending in at least a few $5 donos, you can even change my name. I don't care. You can make it sound as fair. You can make it sound as fairy as fuck. I don't care. There you go. Just get those donos in and send some support to Eli. All right. Go over there and hit the follow on his ex.
Yeah,
you did a good job.
I got 40 views on my TikTok profile, but nobody followed. Now, to be fair, I have 0 posted content right now, but I go live multiple times a week now. So go there.
Let's show some support to the stream moderator and the stream debater, and show 0 support to Planet Peterson, and do not go over there and give him our love. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
No, he did good too. He knows I'm messing with him. We met in real life. He knows I'm
value anyway. So
listen. He knows. He knows in jest I like to fuck with him. But lack of donos. We want to see those come in. All right, we're providing high quality content that you won't find anywhere else, and SpeakeaZy is one of the few out there that provides it for you. So show them the love. Get them out there. That's important.
Absolutely.
Look at you can see the boomer in there. He's like, I gotta make sure to send a dono to SpeakeaZy because and I gotta work my screen here because I'm Eli Nix.
Hey, that's what I was doing. It tells me subscribers only mode. I am subscribed, motherfucker.
Yeah, you have to like wait on the screen for like 30 seconds to a minute, and then it goes whoop. It's like this new thing. It's so fucking stupid because I get it because they don't want people just spamming the chat, but I don't like it because I can't spam the chat.
That's your way. You're like the Kool-Aid man of YouTube. You just like crash through the wall and start making.
Oh yeah. I've been kicked out of Bible study on JS's channel too. That was fun. Twice.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was there.
Apparently, you're not allowed to call bitches during Bible study.
Not
So-
exactly.
And to be fair to Avarice, JS does have a lot of bitches.
He has so many bitches. There's
Absolutely.
so many bitches on that. I get tone police. Look at I get tone police. They're more. This is why I respect you, SpeakeaZy. You're the anti-tone policer of the Avarice. He's like, you just let him cook.
Hey, thanks, Eli. Appreciate you.
Hell yeah. Thank you. I appreciate you more than you know. This was awesome.
Big optometry.
A big optometry, right?
What are you
Oh,
doing
man.
back there? You eating a sandwich?
Who?
You?
Oh, no. I just ran to the washroom quick.
You sure?
Yeah.
Miss Pistachio, get this man a sandwich. Mayo, mustard, ham, salami, pepperoni, lettuce, tomato, slice of pickle.
Question
Stat.
for Gowdy. Gowdy, are you there? And what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you great.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm testing out this. I've had to fuck with the StreamYard because I was having issues. Every time someone dropped from the panel, it would cut out certain people's audios, but not others. But so far, so good. Yeah, I'm actually, I'm just thinking because I don't actually know much about it. No, not a lot of religious background, but yeah, fascinated by the whole transcendental argument for God, and watching Jim Bob review Planet Peterson's panels and videos and stuff is probably one of the other most entertaining parts of the internet so far. So
For
I
sure.
just kind of was hopping into hear the takes, the little back and forth you were having in the chat with IR, whatever that guy's name was pretty good.
Me?
Yeah.
I wondered, did you see that? Because you were made reference to the mind later on in the mind versus brain and all that kind of stuff. Because that's what me and IR in the chat were going back and forth.
Right. I didn't get a chance to look, but
Probably not.
do
I wouldn't
you?
if I were you either.
I'm guessing, obviously, you do some debates. Do you got that on your channel? Similar 1v1s or whatever? Because I'd like to see you take that on.
I'm going to be streaming, I think, sometime this weekend. I'm going to be reviewing my back and forth I had in a panel with Shiva. But it's not a full debate. In fact, right now, I'm not doing any debates that I haven't had a prior agreement to. I'm trying to focus on real life, but the panel thing and coming on here is more of a hobby and participation and things like that. I'll still make content. I'll still do streams, but I mean, that slavery debate, I did not want to get that wrong. I had a vacation week that I spent researching. I didn't even use most of my research. I just wanted to at least have it there to know, enough. And my opponent was a history buff, right? So I had to bring it back to the prompt about, biblical Christianity within the realms of the Bible, biblical Christianity, not what happened in history and what we call Christendom. But anyway, that's the point. So I'll be reviewing that sometime soon. Probably in the weekend. So, and Shiva has obviously got a reputation here for being very intelligent. So it was very fun.
Well, I mean, if we're giving a shout out for debates, don't forget about the debates right here on SpeakeaZy's channel tomorrow with the Nor Prep debate, episode 2, which is going to be a badass episode. And then followed up on the next day with Verbal Combat, which is going to be dating and marriage, which is going to be fun watching JS squirm in that bitch. All right. And then we're going to move on to the third, where we're going to watch Counterpoints go against a fucking four-eyed bitch called the Vigilante TV. And then we move on to the ninth, where we see Leith Walker Kai and David Elias right here on SpeakeaZy's channel.
Fucking A, man. Hell yeah.
I don't even know what a lethe is. I know what water is. Kai just sounds cool, but what the heck is a lethe? I have no idea.
I don't know.
I want to ask him. That's going to be in the
If I'm not mistaken, I think he
it's-
said it comes from an anime or something like that. I forget where he... So
No, it comes from Mike Tyson. When Mike Tyson says leafy.
Look, if we're talking about debates, I'm just telling you where to find him, my man. That's all I'm telling you.
This is the
That's all
place.
I'm telling you.
You're in the right place.
Yeah, you're in the right place.
Yeah.
So, welcome. You're home.
The question about the topic, I guess, is tag falsifiable?
I would argue no, because that would make truth falsifiable.
Mm-hmm.
And what is truth, my man? What is truth?
Jesus Christ.
I'm just asking questions. I'm just Candace.
Oh yeah, that was another good one. Is
right.
God a person, or is the person version like separate?
God is a person. God is necessarily personal, and the reason we have moral oughts and duties is because ultimately they're grounded in Him. We cannot be morally subject to an impersonal force, something like the Force in Star Wars. Like there's no sense of ownership. There's no sense of correspondence. We are made in God's image for God's purposes and God's pleasure. And therefore, we have a necessary relationship to Him that we are accountable for in our lives.
Question: what do you mean by we're made for God's pleasure? That could mean a lot of things.
So specifically with the God of the Bible, He loves us. He made us in His image. He said we are very good.
But how do we pleasure Him? Just
I think
question
that's a
for a
blasphemous
friend.
question. I think it's a blasphemous question.
Keeping His commandments and doing His will.
Look at him go straight face. That is such an evil question, Avarice.
I am morally responsible to not be laughing like that. Yes.
Well, you know what? I'm not, so I'll laugh for you. How's that?
Well, Tag would argue
deep
that you
inside.
are, but that's a different thing altogether.
What was that?
Tag would argue that you are, but that's a different thing altogether.
I don't hold bounds to the. We all know I don't hold the Christian ethics as my legal binding to this plane. So until I figure that all out,
Earlier on, Avarice, I was wondering why did you get kicked out of JS?
That's right.
I was like, no, give it time.
I just searched it up because I was trying to remember where. I know he told me it was something. It's in Greek mythology. The river Lethe is one of the 5 rivers of the underworld that leads. I think it's the last one that leads to the underworld and symbolizes forgetfulness and oblivion.
Interesting.
So yeah.
And to be fair, I have a lot of questions still with Christianity. A lot.
Well, even further, I have questions about atheism. If you're willing to welcome those,
I'm not an atheist.
Oh, good. So you're Gnostic.
Boom.
So you don't know nothing. So shut up.
All right, I'm going home.
Done.
See you guys.
I mean, if you
Next story. Shut up. No, you're not allowed.
If that's how you want, are you going to keep mogging? Are you going to do? You're just going to keep mogging? You want to keep mogging? I can mog you too back. You fucking bearded fuck.
Hold on. Can I have a one-on-one with this guy?
I don't want a one-on-one. I just want to hear you mog. I'll just keep mogging back if you just want to keep trying to fucking harass me. Oh, I want to hear me cry. I'm going to make me cry. It's so fucking retarded.
That ginger beard is taking up too many pixels as is, bro. We cannot make that screen any bigger.
I even shaved off the mustache. I thought it would make the beardless people
what are
feel
you?
good.
What are you gonna stand on right now? What are you gonna stand on?
Your face.
Oh, okay, that's funny.
Yeah,
the
bite
best
the curve.
you got. I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to stand on for any of your objections, and you're just sitting here trying to.
So
mog.
what's my objection?
Hold
on. What is
I'm
my
trying to figure out.
objection?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to ask what your morality is here. But what are you going with? You're sitting here saying, "Oh, I can't." You're saying that I have. Hold on. You're sitting here saying. You're sitting here saying that I have. Hold on. You're sitting here saying that I have.
Is anger your religion? Because I'm buying. If you're selling that you're an angry person and that's your religion,
I mean, absolutely. I'm always angry.
I'm believing that you're an angry person.
I mean, everybody knows I'm an angry person. This is pretty prevalent. This is well known.
How about the angry, we call him?
What you got now? That's well known.
Gay.
Oh, okay, yeah, gay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I'll push you to the corner store, bro. I'll get you a pack of smoke. I'll make you feel all right, Mr.
Gordon
Handicap.
Ramsay. He's been
Shit, man,
cooked,
you're
bro.
so fucking good, dude. Man, gay. Yeah, give him a round of applause.
Woo! Oh,
Give
did
the
he
soulless
just
bearded
wait
bastard.
until it was absolutely acceptable? Did he just let the whole panel down and to be like, gay?
What whole panel down? What are you talking about?
I don't know. What are you angry about?
What
Are
am
you
I?
gay? Are you in a wheelchair and gay? Dude, that's a double entendre.
Am I in a? What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know. You're talking about wheelchairs and shit.
What? What?
Am I
Stand
wrong?
up.
Am
What
I
the fuck
lost?
are you talking about?
Other panelists, am I wrong? Was there not talk about
Yes.
wheelchairs and disabledness and shit?
I wasn't following too closely, to be honest.
Yeah, I was gay. I get it. Like, yeah, okay. Pass
What
over.
the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about with your disabled, handicapped, fucking speech voice. You want to take yourself off of? You want to put yourself on cam?
Oh, he's talking to the wrong. You're talking to the
He
wrong
is on
dude.
cam, bro.
Yeah, you're talking to the guy at the orange this whole time.
Oh shit!
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But we don't do 1v1s on the open panel.
Shit!
That's enough to kick
Yeah.
somebody if you want, though. But we don't do 1v1s on the chaos.
All right.
Doesn't even know who he's talking
Big
to.
photo, thank
Yeah.
you.
Well,
Push it to the limit. Walk along the razor's edge. Don't look down, just keep your head or you'll be finished.
But
Don't-
if you wanna kick somebody with it, you can. Or I mean, you can even. I'll even
He said
let you
bank
hold
it.
it.
He said bank it.
Bank it. That means if you want me to hold it to you, so you can have credit for verbal combat on Friday. This coming up.
That would be a good
Definitely
choice.
do that.
Dude,
Thanks,
you didn't even
Colton.
know who the fuck you were
Hey,
talking
hey.
to.
Bro, this retard didn't
Well,
realize who he was talking to.
hold on.
I thought when Everest stood up, that
so,
gave it away.
orange background. Orange background. I'm white background. We got orange background, which is right next to me, right? I'm sorry. I thought you were literally the handicap circle up top because, like, every time you're talking, the handicap circle went womp womp womp, and I thought that's where you were talking from. I'm phoning in
That
from
looks-
a phone.
So we know that looks like a. Hold on, just so we're
hey,
clear.
shut up.
That looks
so
like
you're
a
phoning
green.
in
That looks
from
like a
5
Green
computer
Bay
screens.
Packer.
Great.
Hold on, just so we're clear.
Look
That
up-
looks
look
like
at
a
this.
Green
Look
Bay
at this.
Packer screen.
So
That
so
looks
you
like a
can-
Green
so
Bay Packer
You're not disabled,
screen.
so you can see how much better than I am.
Okay,
than
again,
you, right?
what a beard? That's what makes you better than me. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
a
6'3", a
ginger
beard,
A 6'3",
6'3",
a
a beard.
6 foot beard.
My
oh.
first job,
He's
my
ginger,
first
though.
job, swinging a sledgehammer my whole life in Canada, right?
My first job.
sledgehammer.
My first.
Yo,
my-
what do you do for your first job?
My-
Fucking hand out papers on a fucking bicycle? I rode a bicycle and swung a sledgehammer.
Are-
you
are
know
you
what?
done?
It's like a lot of dicks.
Okay, so where am
Yo,
I from? Where am I from?
Australia, because it's fake.
Irish supremacy on this
That's where you're
panel.
from.
This is why
You're from Australia.
A lot
because
of-
you're fucking fake.
A lot of people would
You're
say.
fake. You're fake.
A lot of people say I'm from Girdwood, Alaska, the
news.
bush. So if you're saying that you had it hard, I would like to know how your winters went for survivals.
Nope.
I would like to know.
No,
Did
I
you have
did
to
not
hunt
have it
growing
hard.
up? Did you
had
have
it
to
hard.
go? Did you have
You
to
had
go
it
and
hard.
survive?
You had
So
it
I
hard,
don't-
not me.
So
You're
I'm-
gay and shit.
So
Go ahead.
before you start talking shit
Nope.
about what it takes to be a
You're
man,
still
why don't
gay
you go
about
up? Why don't you go up and survive in Alaska for a winter and tell me what it's like? Because I guarantee you're gonna fucking fail.
Wait, you want me to? It's Avarice. You want me to kick off?
Oh, there we go.
What are you talking about, bro?
Game
This is like-
later.
This is like eliminating
Nice.
the one seed from the
wanna make
competition.
sure.
What are we doing?
Yeah, that's great. Bobby.
Deuces.
Just want to make sure.
Thanks for the love, Everett.
Yep.
Avarice.
I got.
Yep, you'll see me on Normal
Robbie-
America
Robbie
with
said,
Rob Noor.
gotta go.
Yep.
Someone can pay to bring you back if they want to, though.
Yeah, just send me a message if you want me back.
All right, all right. Thank you for coming up.
GG's. Oh, dude, Avarice rage quit.
Hey.
Dude, that's crazy.
He says rage quit. Oh, and then Triple G left on his own, I guess.
Oh, dang. I knew I shouldn't have showed my beard.
Well, hey, anybody, especially any atheists in the audience, have any further questions? Challenge to any of the people watching. But
Man.
that was awesome. Thanks again, Easy. That was really incredible. I'm really happy to have that opportunity because I've been polishing that argument on my own, and had to be able to showcase it was really a great opportunity. Thanks so much.
Hey,
Yeah.
no problem, man. No
And
problem.
anything else you need us for anything in those topics, you hit me up.
Yeah, 100%. I'm glad you got to do with what's his name? Planet Peterson. Why did
Yeah,
I skip my head for a second?
absolutely.
I'm glad you
It's
got
crazy.
to deal with him because, like, I watch him a lot. Actually, like, I actually watch a lot of his content, and he does that debate a lot.
Yeah,
So-
well, I saw the Jim Bob, debate con one. I watched it probably 3 times. This is what's so cool about being in these communities is I would have never thought a few months ago that I'd be going up against the guy that I watched the debate of so many times. And, here I am doing it thanks to people like SpeakeaZy. So definitely like and subscribe. But if there's no other contenders, I don't see the chat right now. If there's any atheists ankle biting or anything that want to come talk or something, but otherwise I think I might go cool off and get ready for work tomorrow. So
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, we're only going to be doing a short after panel. I only planned for a short after panel tonight anyways, so
awesome.
yeah, that's totally fine. If
Yeah.
you want to tell everybody again where to find you before you go.
Send DMs on at Eli Nix Live on TikTok or X. Apparently, I'm not good at responding on Discord. And again, I thanks again to the people who did follow and the other times I pitched it here because I did end up getting live access on TikTok, and 2 different times now I've run a little live panel where I'm calling up atheists one at a time to come have this exact same argument. So if any of you want to engage with Tag as I've presented it, give me a follow on TikTok, and I'm planning to do it probably a couple times a week. Again, it's just a hobby. I don't post videos, edit content or anything, but whenever I've got spare time in the night, I get on there, and it's actually pretty interactive and lots of other people show up. So please give me a follow over there so I can get more reach. But before you do that, follow, like, share, comment. Mr. SpeakeaZy who makes this possible. Thanks, guys.
Hey, let's go. Everyone go subscribe. You can find them in the description.
Take it easy.
Just
What-
the two.
So
of
what'd
us.
you guys think of the debate?
That was good. I thought, just still trying to.
I liked
gather
how it was
information.
very good faith.
Yeah, not a lot of spurging, not a lot of not a lot of personal attacks or anything. Ad hoc.
None at all, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah. It was really good.
That's what I mean, where it's like he genuinely believes that it's like the spaghetti monster thing and all that kind of thing.
yeah. Sky Daddy.
He's not like looking at it from the perspective of like,
That's where the
that
spanky
energy.
thing came from. I don't know if you were here yet, Teriak, but Eli had brought up how you can't go to the spankyism, it won't work, because he does a thing called about spanky. I don't know if you saw his cup. He had like the purple hippo on it, and in his background he has like a purple hippo wearing like a crown. So like he has this argument where it's like it's basically Tag, but he replaces God with this hippo, this purple hippo named Spanky. And like this is usually what he'll use against people who do the Tag argument a lot. I've heard him do that one, but because Eli was such good faith, I think he didn't even care to go to that. But his Spanky argument, I can't lie, it's funny. Like I do get a kick out of it because he has like merch tied around it and everything now. So like it's kind of he's
Come with me, yeah.
definitely capitalized on it.
But like that's what I'm saying in terms of the motion thing. Like that's one thing that you substitute in, and like it's undeniable that it's fundamental. Because even to have the conversation requires motion. Information can't transfer without motion. You know what I mean? And like that's where you kind of drill them down. It's like that is empirical. You can measure meaning through words. You know what I mean? Information, etc., etc. Do you know what I mean? So it's like information itself is a quote unquote abstract principle. But even when you're seeing there where you've done the but like that, like science would say it's a fourth dimension acting on a third dimension. It's like, yes, it's a higher power acting on a dimension. That's what you would ground it in God. You know what I mean? So it's like, but like that's what I was saying. It's like you have to kind of meet on them on their terms, where it's like you first deal with the whole spaghetti monster and say that's not what we mean when we say God. And then you meet them on, like I said, a scientific word like an atom. What caused the motion of the atom to spin?
Well, and that's kind of where I get stuck, because I like I said, no real religious background. Never wasn't good at reading and paying attention to those kinds of things. But it almost sounds like in my mind I want to grant the spaghetti monster or grant the sky daddy or whatever, and kind of even just replace even just the word God. I think actually affects most of the conversations that I have about these kinds of things. But if I can actually replace that word just for the sake of conversation, I actually find that a lot of people are more receptive to those ideas and kind of more accepting into, literally believing them or having faith in them being true, even if it is, even if part of it is using Sky Daddy or Spaghetti Monster or the creator, or even just simply switching the word God. I think is when, the
I had
argument for truth, I think, would actually be a lot easier to cut through.
I had this a long time ago, because I always like to do devil's advocate or like argue the other side just cause type of thing.
Likewise. Yo.
And kind of helps me sharpen my side a little better actually when I do that one.
Yeah, especially
So a long time ago now, and I want to say it was against Weirdo John. I want to say that, right? But I had like come up with an argument when he like was posing the transcendental argument for God, and like I knew the transcendental argument for God a little bit at that time, but not as good as I do now. So, but I had come up with an argument to like combat it, basically. That was, I called it the law of being. And basically the whole thing, like I was just like arguing that like the law of being is like a necessary law or principle that reality must exist as coherent. As a coherent, non-contradictory system. Anything that exists must conform to this law, because incoherent existence is impossible. It was something like this, right? Like basically saying that like coherence and being, these are the foundation to everything. Right. And like it was and like then we got into like truth and morality and all of this shit. And like it's, I mean, I can't lie, I did pretty good trying to hold it up, but it still fails to tag. It still fails. And like that's how like I get to sharpen
right
my other arguments, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because what are the defeaters for that? It's like you could like God is beyond being, or like what's actually like when you say
Being
that,
what though?
Well, wait a minute, because so
welcome back.
You couldn't just say that, right? You'd have to go into how that is. You have to explain, because the whole thing again is where the whole argument is like how we already we all presuppose truth and logic, for instance, right? There's an
Yeah.
objective truth, there's
Sorry.
an objective logic. But where is that from? Right? And that
Yeah.
the law of being, it's not a person, it doesn't choose, it doesn't think, it's not a divine thing. It was just a law that I had made up that
Right.
that this is where these things come from. And I was able to tie it together pretty good at the time, but it still fails to it, obviously. And real quick, we got a $5 from Half Hood. Thank you very much. I can't afford a billboard, but if y'all don't mind, I'll be advertising Speakeasy and Teriyaki on my van in Texas sometime this year. Let's go.
My
W's in
man.
chat.
I don't know if it's only me, but half hood, I'm gonna give you full hood
If
for
someone
donating.
puts my logo, if
bro,
someone puts my
bro,
logo as a
you slayed
decal
it.
on their car, I'll pay for it. All right. If you can show me that you actually have my logo on your car as a decal, all right, and then send me the receipt, I'll pay for your decal.
Do you? I was gonna say, do you got
Nice.
sticker packs in the merch shop? You got
I'm gonna decal the side
We
of
got,
my house and send
stickers
you a
and
bill,
stuff,
bro.
but not a big actual if someone's to
Like a
actually go
wrap.
put a big fucking the on my own logo on their hood or a big one on the window to get it made for their window or whatever, I'll pay for it.
So
That'd be pretty sick.
can I be the one to say it? I think it's long past the time, right? So I won't put a bear on my window.
Oh, that's fine. You don't got to.
I'm down with the insignia. I like the way that you stuck with it, even though you branched away. I get it. Not we all, but we started from a place and then we learned
Wait,
better.
branched away. What are you talking about?
The bears, the stupid shit.
What?
The original fucking loser. Benjamin.
Yeah, I have absolutely no ties to Owen Benjamin. Never
Yeah,
had,
I know.
never
It's just
will.
the bear thing
But
always
you said
comes
broke
back.
off from him. I had nothing to do
Dude,
with
you were
that.
around back in the day. I was around too, but it's also it's a shameful past that we've all been
Bro,
through.
I found out about him
gematria, gaymatria. It's we've all gone down the conspiracy path.
bro, I didn't even know who the clown was. You understand that?
Good, good.
This logo and everything.
It probably pisses them off even more.
This comes from the entertainment business that I have. It's
Oh, you got a business card? Yo,
Yeah.
can you facsimilate that to me?
Yeah, sure. But that's where that comes from. That has nothing to do with it was before YouTube even.
Oh, you were calling yourself a bear before YouTube? You're so
Well,
cuddly.
the bear was my logo.
I'm just
right?
fucking with you a little bit, bro.
It has a actual there's a meaning to it, right? So bears spend about 90% of their lives alone, and I did everything on my own, and the logo's
solitary
called
creatures
on my own. So the bear has a significance to the logo's name, and I took the bear's eyes out because originally I was going to put eyes there, but I took the bear's eyes out because it was mainly in music.
I believe you, bro. You don't need to explain all that to me, but I did think that.
I think I do.
I thank you
thought
for
I had some ties to Owen Benjamin.
I thought that's what the whole bear thing that you insisted on keeping, not because of him, but you know what I mean. I was like, oh fuck, why won't he just get rid of the bear name?
Why would I?
I get the brain thought. And I get the brain rot, but it was just
and this chat is what a Tylenol overdose looks like.
Yeah, why would I get rid of that? What's wrong with that?
Hold on, Mr. Tylenol. What do you want to debate on? I'll debate you.
See what that says down at the bottom there? God's favorite punishment. All right.
Yeah, and it's my favorite punishment too. You made it that way.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like being a Green Bay Packer fan, telling people that I subscribe to the Bears. You know what I mean? I'm a member of the Bears.
Looks like the Bear Punisher. Yeah, that's what that one is. That's That's the cross between the bear and the Punisher logo I made.
Crushing her. Like making it both. The bear Punisher, crushing her. That. Oh, I think that's a fair thing. Anyways, I was not trying to hate on you, host, at all.
I mean, it's.
I was just pointing out what the bear
it's your
thing is.
subjective opinion of what you think of the bear. It's totally fine. I don't take any offense to it.
Yeah, well, like we know what a bear in the gay community is, and that's what I see Blowing Benjamin as. I'm not gonna say it like you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get it. He's he has the bear
I
name
get
too.
it, but
There's a lot of people that have the bear name too. Like there's like a law and crime.
I know,
there's a law
but
and
like
crime. There's a law and crime channel that they call themselves the Bears too. It's like the Bears Network or something like this, and like it's just
the Berenstein Bears.
No, not
they're
the
tracking
Berenstein
money.
Bears, bro.
They're tracking money. No, I know Berenstain Bears. Like I get it. It's all good. Like I don't give a fuck.
Wait, what? What did the Berenstain have to do with anything here?
Well, that's how it's spelled. It's not Steen no more. It's Stain. But
there's also
it's always been Stain. It's always been Stain.
There's
It's
also a
always been
Chicago football team called the Bears. I don't know if you knew that.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, the Bears. Yeah, Chicago Bears.
Chicago Bears.
I got a debate.
Yeah, I remember Bears.
Hold on, I got a debate for you. I think you're wrong.
Ultimate D line, right next to the Lions.
It's not Stain. It's between Steen and Stein.
Oh, whatever. I'm not about the semantics.
Okay. Then
I did bring it up, and I will admit to you, I don't give a fuck.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah. That's
I'm not trying to go conspiracy rabbit hole bullshit. I don't give a fuck.
Why not?
Yeah, well, and you.
Oh, you want a conspiracy?
Well, you were pretty
really.
You want a conspiracy? Hold on.
Wondering why not?
Hold on.
That's all.
This is the funniest conspiracy I ever heard. Is that Joe Biden was the one that pulled the trigger on Charlie Kirk? I wouldn't.
Joe Biden that can't even walk. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I know. It's just kind of a joke. It's a meme. It's not actually a real thing. Charlie Kirk's a good man. I don't know much about the guy or anything, but he's a good man, and death is not praised upon. You know what I mean?
100%.
But
in other news,
I don't know what
who on here or anyone in the chat. I'm sure you've all realized this already, but who realized that Andrew Wilson was on Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan
today.
W's.
Fuck, that was crazy
that
to
today?
see that. Jim Bob did a nice a dissection of it.
Real quick. You guys can ask my wife if you don't believe me, okay? At the beginning of this year, I told my wife that Andrew is going to be on Joe Rogan soon. I said soon. I didn't say like later in the year or this year.
Yeah, it could be a year.
It
could be 2 years or whatever.
All right. I said that literally at the beginning of the year, and he's literally on there. I literally told everybody because I knew it. Like the guy, again, he's been killing it. The guy's been viral.
Andrew's up to big things.
Like 2025, it was his year on the internet. If anyone says different, I'd like to like to see who they would say it was their year on the internet. Like
but the Jubilee All-Stars
conquered the fucking internet in 2025, and like all avenues, TikTok,
Crucible.
X, YouTube. He conquered
Crucible
the
crew. Andrew is a man of his own word and a man that stands by everything that he does. But the other best part of it is the crew, the Ibble. You know what I mean? Is that it's not about just fighting for him or nothing like that. We're never commanded. We just dude, Andrew Wilson deserves those respect. That's it. It's just that simple, right? And that's how this shit worked. And the world worked this way. And Andrew did it so intelligently for so long that Joe Rogan had to have him on a podcast, and which is awesome. I don't know, like how well the conversation is, but like I'm saying, there was no fault. Like, big things. And I'm happy for the guy.
it was so much more bigger than that because like Andrew, like he was saying in the interview, like he's literally just like he was one of the factory workers that's like when the factories closed down during COVID, all this kind of shit. And from that opportunity, it's like he's the supposed fascist. He's the big, bad, mean, far right dude. And look at how civilized the conversation was and where Andrew just outlined. I mean, there was a meme going around
But
on
you
X where it's like
past something, Terry. What you mentioned at the start is really important, right? And I think this is why, like, I have some relation to people because Andrew comes from the regular Joe that was the factory worker guy, right? Like, this is something a lot of people get to relate to. And then they hear his voice and they're like, yes, that's what we're fucking saying. He's saying all the shit we're thinking. You know what I mean? So like that's such a big part of it that like a lot of people don't realize how like this is something that's needed, right? Like we need like actual representation of this society, not these just fucking people who were raised in politics their whole fucking life and that's all they fucking know, breathe and shit. You know what I mean? Like this is a big thing. And I think that this is why, you know, and I'm not trying to like toot my own horn or anything, but I'm trying to say like, this is why I think a lot of people can relate to me because I'm just some idiot that comes from the street. I used to fucking be a drug dealer. I was dumb as fuck as a young degenerate. I was a piece of shit, you know, and I've changed to make changes and people see that and they're like, oh shit, I can do that too, right? Like I don't have to look at my past as a piece of shit and say that's just who I am forever. You know what I mean? And like, again, Andrew deserves all the fucking well deserves credit for where he's gotten to, and he's put in mad work for it too. But I just thought it was crazy how I literally said this at the beginning of the year that he was going to be on there soon. I was like, yeah, he's about to be on.
You were predicting.
It's
you predicted big things. You predicted big things.
I just knew it was going to come.
Yeah, and I knew, and then like Andrew kind of with a couple of his streams and stuff, he was like, I can't say it now, but like once it comes out, you guys will see. From Andrew's words, not mine, but like he was saying, like, you know, like I can't say it now, you know, NDAs and all that crap. But when it comes out, you'll see. Like he was doing a lot of shit, bro. He did a press tour, like Andrew from leaps and bounds. Guy killed it. If that makes any sense. Like he crushed.
Like I said, when I say 2025 was his year on the internet, it's because like every other week he was being talked about by someone, and it was big places, like and places that you would think, what the fuck? They're talking about him, like
Fugazi,
family members that I would have never thought. And they're like, wait a minute, this is the guy the whole time that you've had on your show and
Crucible.
Yes, that's who he is. Like,
I know. I'm like, yo, bro, watch this guy come from the bottom to the top. Like, I'm fucking
seeing him on mainstream.
I'm so happy for Andrew.
Right? So
everybody who rose up, you too as well. Little there, you know, the bear, you know what I mean? Host. I'm trying to throw you a shout out. I'm sorry, my words are failing me, bro. I'm glad to see everybody rising. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel jealousy towards you guys. I'm happy for you guys. You guys did the no response debate. I watched that and I was like, Nor fucking slayed it. Nor slayed it, but
tomorrow's gonna be a great one.
The other guy
we got another good opponent and a great topic.
I don't want to know.
I think it's gonna well, you don't get to know until tomorrow anyways.
Yeah, I'm a part of too many chats. You can't let me know. So I'm just trying to have fun with you guys. We're all up on a chill stream, right? It's not a debate stream, right? Unless Teriyaki wants some of this fucking, I'll summon fucking Pikachu on your ass, bro.
Oh, we're having Pokemon fight?
Yo,
Yeah,
I'm
going with
a
Charizard.
Pokemon trainer
Charizard
master,
all day
bro.
long,
I got
baby.
8 badges. I'm
What are
joining
you
the
talking about?
Johto League.
Which one
You
you
don't
pick?
know
Let me
shit
guess.
about
You're
me.
a little Squirtle bitch, aren't you?
Oh my God.
No. Fuck
Which
you.
one you pick?
Don't you know how to get
I got him.
the
I
first
fucking nailed him.
Venusaur?
He's a Squirtle bitch. I got him right off the
No.
bat.
No.
Yep.
Bulbasaur. I'm Bulbasaur because
Even worse.
Bulbasaur
Even worse.
takes so long to catch. You can make an Ivysaur long before you pick
and
Bulbasaur.
yeah,
I know strategy.
never
I
got
know
the,
mathematics.
you never got the
I
Venusaur because you
played
be
this
eating
game,
glue.
bro. I was raised on this game. You
Bulbasaur
can't
people
fucking
eat
take that
glue,
away
bro.
from me. You and your fucking
Bulbasaur
Brit.
people
I don't
don't
know
know how
what
to play
you
the
and your
game.
Britland.
Oh shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like Bulbasaur, the kids that picked Bulbasaur, like they eat glue. That's just a fact.
I picked Bulbasaur because my first creature was Charmander, like everybody picks. Fire.
Yeah, and you got wrecked.
Yeah,
And you're
yeah,
like, I
like
can't
everybody
get
does.
past Brock. You couldn't even get
And
past
then-
the first gym. You're weak.
No, dude, I smash the whole game every time. On yellow,
Yeah, because
on
you picked
blue,
Bulbasaur because you can't get past the
dude,
first boss.
Yellow, blue,
Mm.
yeah, dude, you don't even know the different colors that Pokemon entails. You had fucking gray,
Bro.
black, and white. Fucking
I'm
Australian.
so good. I'm so good at Pokemon Yellow. I had a Mew in the first 10 minutes. Alright?
Yeah, you figured that shit out. I remember that back before the internet. It was a dial-up shit. Like you couldn't just Google how do you get a Mew in the first 10 minutes. I remember
it was a
when
cheat
somebody
book you
taught
bought
me
from the
how.
book fair. It was a cheat
Yeah.
book you bought from the book fair that had all the
Yeah,
glitches.
I remember
and
going and
cheats in
buying
video
the
games.
yeah. I remember going and buying the book to know how to beat the game. And you had to follow the instructions out of a written word to actually beat or do all the extra shiny Pokemon. You remember having shiny Pokemon in Yellow Edition?
No, I didn't have any of the shine. I just had the original, like the yellow, the red, the green, and
You
the
had to
blue
put a
one.
watch
I
battery
just had
inside your
those
Game Boy.
originals.
You had to put a watch battery inside your Game Boy and actually tick
To play
time
it?
inside real life, and you had to go inside certain areas at certain times, and you could collect shiny. You could literally have holographic Pikachu's and Charizards and shit in
On a Game
Yellow.
Boy.
Yeah, I'm not even joking you, bro. You had to put watch batteries inside the Game Boy. When it came colored Game Boy, you put a watch battery inside of it, and it would actually
don't
keep time
remember
of real
this.
time. I'm not even joking you, bro. And it would be powered by batteries. So if your batteries ran out, you're fucked. You lose the internal clock. Google it, bro. Google it. I'm not even joking you. I know what I'm talking about. You could actually have shiny Pokemon in Pokemon Yellow, Red, Blue, and Green. Nobody bought Green.
Okay.
Yeah, because Bulbasaur sucked, bro. Get over yourself.
All right. So what did you pick?
Charmander, of course.
Wait, the watch batteries are in the cartridges, not in the
Inside the handheld system itself.
No.
There's your batteries, your AA batteries, and then there's actually a watch battery thing.
Well, you
And
gotta
so
show
when you
me
bought
where
one brand new, when you
anyone
bought a
has
Game Boy
that,
brand
'cause I
new,
don't-
it had a watch battery, and then it
Dog,
failed.
I'm looking it up
And-
right now. It's the cartridges.
Yeah, it had an
that
internal
have-
clock. It had an internal clock that relied on a watch battery, and it was good for about a year and a half, and then it would fail. Year and a half after production, the watch battery would fail, which would keep the internal time, which would allow you to
What that
go.
have to do with shiny Pokemon?
That's how you get shiny Pokemon. You need the watch battery inside the original Game Boy, Yellow or whatever, doesn't matter. The original Game Boy. It doesn't matter which game you're playing because it's also how you do the infinite rare candy glitch. Bro, I'm super nerd. You gonna fucking all right? I get it. I'm manly, but like, yo, I'm super nerd.
You're just making this
but-
up.
Yeah, I don't think they.
Oh yeah, the infinite rare candy glitch. Google that.
Game Boy Color came out.
The infinite rare candy.
was color.
I know what that is, and it has nothing to do with a watch battery, bro. I got that book too that I was just talking about at the book fair. They used to sell these cheat books, and it had all these little like glitches you could do in the Game Boy Pokemon game, and that's how I knew
Yeah,
in the starting
weird
of
glitches,
Pokemon Yellow, you have to like go out, exit, go back in, then go back into
To
the
get
thing,
Pikachu.
go back out, then go through
So
a
you can
certain
start with
part of the
Pikachu.
grass. You get a Mew. If it doesn't, you save it right before you go through the grass, so that if you don't catch the Mew, you can try again.
Yeah.
This is all
Before
glitches. It
Metal
had
Class
nothing to do with
Pokemon,
watch batteries.
back
though.
in Red,
There's
Blue,
no
Red, Blue.
glitch that you needed watch batteries for shiny Pokemon. I'm gonna search.
It's
this
not a
up.
glitch. It's not the watch battery that causes the glitch. Is the thing is actually had actual real time since you started the game, and it actually kept
You said
time
this was Game
until
Boy Color.
color. Yeah,
That's crazy, bro.
the yellow, blue, and
You're
red
talking about the little
original.
watch style battery inside the Game Boy Color.
Yeah, and that kept actual real time since you.
Cartridge.
No, the cartridge never had a watch battery. It was actually the system,
Yes,
the handheld
the
system.
cartridges have them. And they're soldered onto the board. How are you replacing them? You desoldering them and then soldering new ones? Is that what you're doing? When you were a kid? That's
No,
wild.
I didn't desolder
Yeah, when you're
anything.
saying shiny Pokemon,
I had to
like, we're talking
replace
about
the
in
watch
game.
batteries
Everything came
inside
out-
my Game Boy. The system that I ran inside my hand. So right now I'm running a cell phone, right?
Mhm.
Inside my hand is the Game Boy system. The Game Boy system takes a cartridge that I just shoved in the back, right?
Yeah.
Shoved into.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sometimes you,
right?
if it's not working.
The system itself takes a watch battery to actually keep real time. You didn't know about it. None of us
keep
actually knew
real
about it.
time? What do you
Yeah,
mean
I'm not
by
even
that?
joking. I'm not even joking to you. Since the time
Excuse
that
me,
you
just
turned
wait a
on
minute.
a Game Boy
What do you mean
Yellow,
by
again,
keep
I'm
real
telling
time?
you, it did until the watch battery died. And if you didn't replace the watch battery, and if you tried to play Pokemon, there's shinies, bro, and red, blue, and yellow. Red, blue, and yellow, the original three colors after color came. There was the original Pokemon, which was, you know what I mean? It was fucking literally
Okay,
black and white.
Which Pokemon could any Pokemon be shiny?
Technically, yes, if you wanted to try so hard, but you had to figure out all the different times. But the easiest one to figure out was Scyther, and it was out of the second town, and you had to be there by a certain time, and you had to be inside the grass at a certain area, and it was underneath your watch battery time inside your original, not the cartridge itself, but the playable system that you're watching and playing.
I'm gonna find this guy a video of somebody taking apart a Game Boy. So I'm gonna do it. It doesn't even make it.
Yeah, was there a clock?
No, I'm telling you, it had an
Okay.
internal clock. As soon as you powered it on, it had a
But then how
watch
would you
battery
know-
inside of it, and
How
it
would you
kept
know what
real
time
time.
The Pokemon.
Wait, you're talking about? Oh my gosh, you're talking
The
about
system
in the
that-
cartridge. In the cartridge. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, you're talking about now. You're talking about when you can't save no more. And it's not the battery that I'm talking about. There's a watch battery inside the system itself. Once Game
No,
Boy
it's
Color
not.
came out,
You know why
Game
it's
Boy
not
Color,
the system?
Game
It's
Boy
the-
Color,
You're
yellow,
talking about the
red, and blue.
Pokemon games that were keeping real time for the like bug catching contest days.
And there was shinies.
time-based
There was shinies all the
evolutions
way
that were
back
happening
then.
in
The
the game.
shinies came out in the second gen
Yeah,
in
I don't know what
gold,
you're talking
silver,
about
and crystal.
shiny.
I'm telling you, it was
dude.
on yellow. When yellow came out, there was red, blue, and it was never green, but it was red, blue, and black and white. And then yellow came out.
Wait, what?
Once yellow came out, and everybody switched to the Game Boy Yellow.
Game Boy Yellow? What are you talking about? Game Boy Yellow.
Yeah, black and white. Are you talking about Magic the Gathering right now?
Fine, whatever. You guys aren't nerds. Fine.
I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. Well, first off, I'm not. I'm not trying to
You don't
flex
know about
on
shiny
people,
Pokemon in the first. Okay,
Oh.
so there was the first Pokemon, which was on the original Game
Gold,
Boy.
silver, and crystal. There was those three that came
Okay,
out after.
okay.
Those had shiny.
5
Pokemon.
generations later.
Yeah.
Those had
Not talking
shiny
about them.
Pokemon, not the first ones.
Nope. I'm telling
Red,
you,
blue,
yellow,
and yellow
yellow,
never had.
yellow. Pikachu Yellow had shinies in it.
No, it did
You had to have the watch battery still powered, and you had to know when to go there. And it was literally nothing to do with your real life or their life. I'm telling you, just if you don't Google it, I don't care. Like it doesn't matter, bro. I'm telling you, I know because I caught shiny Pokemon. And Pokemon. I bought Pokemon Yellow, and I had shiny Pokemon.
That's what I'm thinking
Those
too.
were shiny Pokemon.
And then his big brother told him, "Oh no, that's like something got to do with the clock battery." He's like, no, he just like
No, it
lampooned
was
against
literally
the wall,
shiny.
and it's
Nope.
What's this shite? LOL. Pokemon for fuck's sake. Well, we're actually talking about the system itself. I don't know how you would think the Game Boy itself didn't have to keep real time for anything. What would it have possibly have to have kept? Your game saved on the cartridge. If you would have played that cartridge in another person's game, what would have happened?
So the cartridge inside the game would actually start a new one. Because it was saved
I
on.
don't think so.
oh my god, bro.
No, if somebody got your cartridge, it would be your game they'd have on it.
Yes.
They would have been able to
exactly.
steal your
And
whole
Pokemon.
fucking thing.
So in Game Boy
And
Color.
this dude saying he's a
Game Boy
nerd,
Color.
Yes,
bro.
in Game
This is
Boy
what you're
Color,
doing.
I
I'm
had
telling you.
that. And in Game Boy Advance and Game Boy Advance SP, yes,
Okay.
all of the Game Boys were
So
like this.
I know places in Hamilton right now. So I'll go buy a cartridge. Right? It'll be used as fuck because nothing's ever made new anymore. And I'll shove it inside, and then I'm going to automatically have their save file.
Well, no, not
The
if it's been
save
erased.
file's attached to the goddamn Game Boy, you dumb fuck. You just never tried to fucking pass your cartridge off to somebody else, did you? You never traded cartridges. It starts a new game.
I'm just saying I call this a mile away.
I'm
As
so
soon as that
nerdy, I
motherfucker said he
know,
picked
bro.
Bulbasaur. No, as soon as the motherfucker said he picked Bulbasaur, I told you he ate glue as a kid. Like, what he's explaining right now is stupid. Because even the PlayStation 1, you had to have a memory card.
I'm stupid. I'll
It did-
agree
yeah,
with you.
even on
there.
PlayStation 1. You see what I'm
It
saying?
was
Not even the
literally
PlayStation 1 had that
no-
I'm
feature.
super stupid.
Oh
I'm
my
super
gosh.
stupid. I agree
what
with
about
you,
any-
Teriyaki.
yeah.
Bro.
You win, I lose. All right. Everybody else, you're gonna get flooded over the time for this. It sucks. I didn't want to Pokemon this shit up, but like you guys just
You
kept
think,
asking
just
more
to be
questions.
clear,
I told you the
Just to be
truth,
clear,
and you
think
guys
your
want
Game Boy
more things
Color.
that you guys don't know about.
No,
There's shiny
hold up.
Pokemon
Just to be
as
clear.
of Pokemon Yellow on
All
Game
right,
Boy
Triple
Color.
G, hold up. Just to be clear, you think your Game Boy Color was able to save hundreds of different games?
Game Boy
in its
Color,
little system?
Game Boy Color created.
Wait. What I'm asking you. Game Boy
Yeah.
Color was able to save hundreds of different game files, keep all the times, everything in that little system. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Oh, dude, yeah, beyond.
Oh,
Not even that. Back in when Super Nintendo
PlayStation
came out.
ones couldn't even
Back
do
in
that.
Super Nintendo, they put watch
64.
batteries inside games, brother.
No, Nintendo 64 couldn't even do that.
And it wasn't even inside. Nintendo 64 can suck a lot of dick, but whatever.
But you still had to have a memory card.
Hundreds of game storage in this little thing.
Remember the fucking
so
the
crazy.
booster packs for Nintendo 64?
Yeah. What about them?
Memory cards for PS1?
The original
Yeah, memory
Rumble, the very
cards.
first
Yeah,
Rumble.
you need an external thing to keep
Yeah.
your saves on. Remember that?
It's ones and zeros, and
But
it's
for some
literally
reason,
a watch
the Game
battery.
Boy
16
Color
power.
had an
So when you shut
internal
off your game,
storage.
so when you shut off your Game Boy, it actually still
You
clocks
never
real
had your
live time.
cartridges stolen as a kid, and that's how I
You
can
don't-
tell.
It's fine if you don't know. It's all good. I'm still
No,
right.
it's fine
And,
that you don't
you're
know.
gonna
I'm
get flooded with
I'm
a heap
glad
ton
your
of
childhood
bullshit.
was so great that nobody stole your Game Boy cartridges ever.
Oh no, dude! A lot of people stole my Game Boy cartridges.
they
but
didn't,
it didn't
or else
matter
you
because
would've
my
known you
save
would've
file,
lost your whole
because my
game.
save file was on my Game
No,
Boy
if you
itself.
lost your
They stole
cartridge,
my
you lost your
cartridge.
whole
They couldn't
game,
steal my
bro.
Game Boy. I had my save file and I had all my shiny Pokemon. Shiny Pokemon appeared
No,
when
you're lying. You're lying through your teeth.
Pokemon
right now.
Yellow.
You remember
Yeah.
wrong.
there was Pokemon
So-
Red, there was Pokemon Blue, and then
got
Pokemon
caught.
Yellow came
You know
out. The
how
Pikachu
mad I
Pokemon.
was? You know how mad I was
And-
when my Pokemon Yellow first one got stolen
Dude,
from me? I
I still have a Pokemon deck.
All my Pokemon were gone. Everything was gone.
I still have a
start
Pokemon
all
deck.
over. You don't understand how this works. You didn't have you either didn't have a Game Boy Color or you never had your cartridges stolen. That's what's happening.
You're talking about, dude, both. So
both?
I didn't have one. Never played it. Is that better? Does that make you feel better? I never played the game.
That would
I never
actually
owned
make
it.
more
I not.
sense.
Yeah, actually,
I had
easy.
trading cards. Sorry, I confused the trading cards with playing Pokemon on
Maybe.
Game Boy.
All right. All right. Well, on that note,
Oh,
I'm
you
going to
do
bed.
not-
You guys will figure it out. I'll see you on VK Friday and Rob Nor tomorrow. But thanks again, SpeakeaZy.
Thanks for coming up, Rowdy.
Yep. Good to chat, Terry.
Welcome, JS.
Hey,
So
can
I'll
this guy tell me why I could take my red and blue out of my I could play my red and blue in a Game Boy at school, but then I could put it into my Game Boy Super, which is a cartridge for a Super Nintendo that holds a Game Boy game, and I could play the same
retro
save
game.
file. I could play the same save file on my Super Nintendo on my TV that I played at school on my Game Boy.
So out of all this information, hold on, I'll
Because
respond
your
to you.
save
So out of
game
all this
goes on your
information,
card.
why haven't you
It's fucking
Googled-
beautiful, Easy.
Hold
Here
on,
comes the
shut
boys. Let's
fuck
go,
up.
boys.
All of you, shut
Yeah,
the
I might
fuck up.
stay now.
So
Dude, what the
why
fuck are
haven't
you
any
talking
of you
about? Didn't we
Googled
drop on
on
the head as a kid?
Pokemon Yellow, which is where Pikachu became
The
your first?
cartridges. Yeah, and that's after
Shut
Gen 2.
up.
Gen 2 is
Shut
gold
up.
and
Shut
silver.
up.
Yellow came
Can
out
you
after
just give
Gen
me a
2.
second? Why hasn't anybody
No,
Googled whether you
everything
can
you've
get
been saying
shiny
is wrong.
Pokemon on Pokemon
There's no
Yellow,
shiny
original
There's no
Game
shiny
Boy?
Pokemon in the first
Absolutely,
generation.
there is. Absolutely,
No.
there is.
There's
Absolutely
missing no.
there is.
You could get
I
missing
will
no,
bet
and you
my
could get
life
no,
and my
and you could do a
soul.
rare candy
And God
glitch
owns
or an
my
item
soul.
glitch.
So your bet is against God because God owns my soul. So go at it. But I remember playing it. Am I living in some sort of alternate universe? I don't
No,
think
you're
so.
just wrong.
I'm
You
not a
just have bad
conspiracy
memory.
theorist. I'm not your fucking
One easy
bullshit.
question: Did the Gen,
On Yellow,
did the Gen
shiny
1 games
Pokemon.
have a day and night? Did the
Pokemon
Gen
Yellow,
1 games
shiny
have a day and
Pokemon.
night
I can
system?
Google it right now and
Yeah,
I can show
Triple
you.
G, let me ask you: do you remember the Gen 1 games having a day and night?
Gen 1? So
Yes.
you're talking about
Did
so
they
you're
have a
talking about
day
black
and
and
night
white Game
cycle?
Boys?
Did they have
There
a
was
day
Black and
and
white
night
Game Boys?
cycle?
Are you talking about Game Gears from Sega or
Oh my
what are we
gosh.
talking about?
Did the
Okay.
game
Yeah, how come I had-
itself-
On that note, I'm out of here. Good to see you, JS. Have a good night.
Later.
the game itself have a day and night?
See, it was the system that was inside your hands
Can't answer that.
itself.
No,
like your
it
cell
wasn't,
phone
because
that
I had
actually
the gray
carried the
shiny
time.
Pokemon. That's what you need a day and
I'm
night.
telling you,
or the
you don't
shiny Pokemon.
believe it. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
You're just wrong, though.
It doesn't fucking
Did you
matter,
fall out
dude.
over an alternate
You're not gonna
universe, or are you
convince
just
me
confused right
to
now?
disbelieve what I know to
watch
be true.
batteries. The watch batteries
Game
for
Boy
save
Color-
files and timekeeping were
Game
in the
Boy Color
cartridges.
had a watch battery in it, right? Game Boy Color had a watch
No.
battery inside of it.
No, it had a
Deny me.
triple
Deny me.
It had a
Deny
it had a
me.
AAA
You're
battery.
fucking stupid.
It had
You
a
don't know
AAA
shit about
battery in
retro.
it
Game
had
Boy
a AAA
Color
battery in it.
run by AA batteries, not
Or
triple
double A,
A's.
whatever. Double A,
Yeah,
triple A,
sorry,
whatever.
you don't know
Just one.
fucking shit about what fucking Game Boy Color was. You know
You
what?
just said
You know
they
what
had
size
watch
battery
batteries.
was
Now you're
in the
changing.
original Game Boy? No. Do you know what kind of battery there was inside Game Gear? No. Do you even know who made Game Gear? No. You're not a fucking nerd, so fuck off. Go suck a bunch of
Game
dicks
Gear-
and get out
I
of
had
here.
a Game
Go, or
Shark- I
go
had a
eat
Game
pussy.
Shark.
Go lick sniz. Like, dude, like fuck off. You don't know shit about being a nerd.
You're
I
just
know I
wrong
don't give
about
off
everything
the
you
appearance
said.
that I know shit about being a nerd. Trust me, I'm the most nerdiest human that you could ever, and I'm also the most bully.
All right. Well, at least we got a concession.
I mean, you're completely
fucking
Check-
wrong. You're
check
completely
check the
fucking wrong.
stats. Game Boy Color has a watch has a literal watch battery inside of it, keeping literal time. Since the time that you pull that tag out of the side of the Game Boy Color, that I remember. Do you not remember pulling the tag out of the side of your Game Boy Color?
So you're
Yeah,
making
it's
a-
for the AA battery.
That's
or the
where your
triple,
watch
whatever it
battery
was.
is. That made the connection, and that's when it started ticking time, and that's when you had to well,
And that was
not
for the
just
Rumble
had to.
pack.
You had about 2 months, 3 months, anyways, to shove the Pokemon cartridge inside of it, and there was a certain time fracture that you had to amenity and had to be at a certain part of the game by Game Boy. When Game Boy Yellow for
You can look
Pikachu
at
to start the
retro-
game with Pikachu.
You can look at retro game
Pokemon
repair
Yellow.
videos.
Are you fucking stupid?
And they go into the cartridges and they change the watch battery so that
No.
the game starts working again.
Yeah,
And then you
they
have all
done
the
that.
save files that were on there.
So you're admitting a watch battery.
Was in the cartridge. That's what Easy
Yeah.
was saying the whole time.
No. It's actually there's actually a game cartridge. There's a watch battery inside the Game Boy Color itself. There is not a watch It's not an N64
Okay,
game. There's
maybe
not a watch
there is.
battery.
I'll
No,
I'll
there's
say
not.
maybe
The
maybe
game
there
cartridge is too
There's
small. I still own red,
God.
blue, and yellow right now, bro. Are you
Can
fucking
somebody just
stupid?
Google
I
this and
got
pull up a
I
screen
got a
share
fucking
and show him?
Dreamcast. Are you fucking dumb?
What's
too.
that, stupid? What's that, stupid?
Save games.
What's that
So
in
that's
there?
inside. Oh, Crystal. Good on you.
What's that in there?
Is that red, yellow,
What's that
or
in the
blue?
cartridge?
Original? No, it's not. You
What's
got
that in
fucking
the
Yellow is not original.
Tommy?
soliloquy.
Oh, you want it in a red one? Okay.
So
No, it's literally a watch battery that you can replace inside Game Boy Color. Game Boy Color, the system itself has a watch battery that actually keeps time since
No,
the
it
time that you
doesn't.
pull
No,
the
it's
tag
not
out of the
the-
side
It
of the
doesn't.
thing.
God.
It
Bro, you're
doesn't.
dumb.
Dude, I literally
tell-
my Game Boy Color was literally see-through.
Yeah, the
there was
purple
no
see-through one.
Aftermarket.
watch batteries nowhere. It's a hardware. It's just
When
the hardware.
did you buy it? Did you?
Walmart.
How old were you when you
I
bought
don't
it?
even know how this shit fucking works, man. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, the Game
Fresh
Boy
off
Color
the
didn't
shelf,
have an
straight
internal
out of
battery.
EB Games.
That's why I relied on AA batteries. Now, if you wanted to keep,
I'm
your
telling
clock
you,
running
the
on
fucking you
silver
bought
and gold, what you had
aftermarket.
to do
I'm
was
telling
had
you, it
to
never
plug
comes
in
with the tag that used to be there. Pokemon Yellow.
Nah, Pokemon.
Yeah,
Yellow
they came
is
out with
not
a whole
first
yellow
gen.
Game Boy for it.
Yeah, I've got
Yellow
yellow.
is
and
not
I've got
first gen.
Zeros Mio.
It's not a watch battery. That's a battery. I know
What's
that
that?
they die. You
What's
lose
that?
your save file
That's
if that
not a
thing
watch
dies.
battery. Is that what you're
It's
saying? That's-
inside the Game Boy. Are you dumb?
No,
I've
No,
told you the
are,
truth.
Clearly.
It's a simple Google away.
I mean, technically it's inside
You're
the Game
so
Boy. once you
hung
put
up on the
in, maybe.
cartridge.
Dude,
Okay,
Is this
so there's a battery inside the cartridge. Okay,
Yeah, in the
so is there a
cartridge.
battery inside the system itself, the Game Boy?
Yeah,
There
they're,
could be,
that
but
keeps
that has
time.
nothing to do
That's-
with that has
okay,
nothing to do with
okay.
timekeeping in a game.
they're called AA's.
Dude,
Anyways, I
I'm
just
telling you,
wanted to
they were the
correct
first
you
people to
on something.
pioneer it.
Hey, Triple G, I just want to correct you on something real quick.
Since
The first shiny
the invention
Pokemon
of
to show
Pokemon
up
Yellow.
in the Game Boy games was in Silver and Gold. It was the red Gyarados found at Rage
I'll
Lake.
bet you on it.
First and
Yeah, there
only.
was no
Shiny
shinies.
showed up in
I'll
Pokemon
put you
Yellow.
money. I'll put
There's
you
a
money
shiny
on it.
Mewtwo, there's a shiny Geodude, and there's a shiny it comes Scyther. And then you can evolve well, Scyther never really evolves, but you can evolve
Sizer?
Geodude and you get
simple
Scyther
Google.
evolved in
He
later
said-
generations.
Scyther, I have a
Yeah, no,
speech
everyone
impediment.
stop for a minute.
Thank you, you faggot.
Stop. He said a simple Google away, right? That's what he said? Yes, there is a watch style battery inside many Game Boy
Thank
game
you.
cartridges.
Correct.
Shut up. You're saying thank
Cartridges.
you way too early,
Hold on.
buddy.
Sorry.
Inside many Game Boy game cartridges, but not inside the Game Boy console itself.
Wow. Simple Google
Simple
search.
Google search, bruh.
Game Boy Color or Game Boy Black and White?
Game
And-
Boy
and
Color.
all those batteries did was sustain save data. That's all
Yes.
that
They
was.
did it. Well, and for
I
timekeeping.
did
He's right
look
at
about the
that.
timekeeping
Well,
thing, but
It
it
was
was
for
the
the
Game
cartridge
time. Like,
Boy?
it was for like when the bug catching event days would happen, stuff like that.
and
So
night
you
and
could-
day.
Yeah, night and day, all this
So-
shit.
Yeah.
So
well, the night and
I
day
did
stuff
look
kinda
at that
stopped,
and
like, if you-
read it real quick. Not all the
like,
best
like
of it,
clock
but
and stuff.
It
But
says
as soon
Game
as
Boy,
you,
not Game Boy
yeah.
Color.
Yeah, well,
Because
check it
Game
out.
Boy
The way
Color
the whole
came out
platform
when
worked for Safari
Pokemon
times
Yellow
out,
came out,
bug
and
catching
then they relaunched Red and Blue. You know how I know that? Because I lived through it.
It was
Hey, that's
fire
it.
red,
This is
leaf
It's Game
green.
Boy Color that I'm talking about, not Game Boy Original. Game Boy Original was black and white, some fucking.
Is
gray
there a
and
watch
black.
battery inside the Game Boy Color? No, there is no watch style coin battery inside the Game Boy Color console itself.
Then you get to
There you go,
DC
buddy.
adapter, and that's how you kept your clock
Okay,
running.
well, apparently I'm
Because
wrong for
if you
replacing
would-
something I did in real life.
Well, check this out. If you saved the game and turned your system off, then the clock would stop in the games. And then when you turn the system back on, it would start.
You know
when it
what?
left off. If you wanted to
I
hack
asked-
around that, you get the AC inverter, you plug it into the wall, and you leave it on.
So, dude,
And that's how
you're
you
not
catch
going to
your
get this
Safari
win.
zones.
I'm going to
That's
give
how you
this
catch
win to the
players'
host,
lives.
and I'm going to say sorry. I'm
That's
going to say
okay.
I'm wrong. I
I'm a
will
game
eat my
nice.
own sin. I will take my L. All right. He did
That's
Google
fair.
it and he put it up on screen. And this man is a good man. Not only is a good man, he is the best man. But sorry
That's
about
true.
like
Sounds
downplaying. I'm sorry.
Okay, my work here is
Apparently I'm
done.
wrong. Apparently I'm wrong. I'm gonna do some Googling well after off screen. And apparently I'm gonna have something new to learn. So you know what? You learn something new every day, and I fucked up and I'm sorry.
So one key word of advice for all my bros on here that still got their Game Boy Color games like Pokemon. You don't want to lose your Pokemon.
I have all
Make-
that shit, bro.
Make sure
That's the
you
thing,
check.
bro. I'm
make
gonna
sure
start
you
tearing
check your
apart
game.
my Wii systems.
Make sure you check it on your Game Boy Color. And if it starts acting funky, you can go to a shop and you can have that internal battery.
Do you want to play my Atari 2600?
Oh, I love
This is
Atari.
pretty good. Like we could play Pong.
Pong.
It'll be
yeah,
really
there we
glitchy, but
go.
like that's how the game worked back in the day, bro. And I have it.
Yeah, Pong's fun. I love Pong.
You want to play Dreamcast, bro? I got guys that burn Dreamcast games. You want to play PS1? I got a mod chip PS1 that is. What do you want to play? You want to play Wu-Tang Clan? Wu-Tang Clan had a PS1 game.
This is what happens. You were playing burned version of games, and you probably got like modded systems and everything. That's why you had watch batteries in your systems.
That's a
All this
mobile
bootleg
system.
stuff.
Yeah.
Need a secondary power source for the Chinese screen.
Well, so hold on. So my first Game Gear ran on 9-volt batteries. It's a lie, but I had a Game Gear and I do know what it runs on. It didn't run on a 9-volt battery, but the 9-volt battery is the thing that back in our day, while we were growing up as millennials, you put it on your tongue and you could make the connection, and it'd make your tongue sizzle.
I'm starting to understand why you think these things now.
Oh yeah, right.
I
I'm
told you
retarded.
he picked Bulbasaur.
I'm the best type of retarded.
I had
here.
the whole Game Boy Color rig set up. I had the
Color?
Yeah,
Game Boy Colored?
I had the.
Did you say colored?
No, the
Yeah,
Game
who
Boy
picks the
Color rig
Pokemon that nobody else is weak to? You know what I mean?
Shadow
Oh, nobody has a grass weakness? I'll pick this one. Let me get the grass Pokemon.
Yeah, nobody picks Bulbasaur.
So I had like the camera, the printer. I had the AC inverter that you plug into it. You can plug your Game Boy into the wall. No need for AA batteries. I had the Game Shark adapter that goes to it.
Oh, the Game Sharks? Oh, dude, I
Yeah,
miss Game
the
Sharks.
Screen light. I had a screen
You
light.
remember Game Sharks for PS1?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had a screen light
for
too, where you
PS2?
like plug it in the side and it's like this
Yeah.
little loopy thing and it goes over
Game
the
Sharks
screen.
on
Yeah, I had one
N64?
of
That
those
shit was
too.
the bomb. Remember playing like fucking a Conqueror's Bad Fur Day on N64, just ripping shit.
And then check this. I was such a big nerd. I actually did the Toys R Us Mew.
Toys
sweepstakes.
R We.
I won the Toys R Us Mew. So I went down there with my Game Boy Pokemon Blue, and I got the Toys R Us Mew loaded onto it. So
I think you're lying.
You.
I think
No,
you're trying to get like nerds excited. I
only-
think you're
no.
completely lying.
Nope. In Michigan, we had to actually send in some stuff.
Michigan.
Sent back to us. And then if you win, they send you a card, tells you what Pokemon you got. I got a Mew. I went down there and got
Guys
my
just making
Mew.
shit up.
I was the happiest little fat boy, I tell you what.
Yeah,
I was a really
You can
fat
fact
short
check
guy
it.
when I was growing up.
Seriously, you can
I
fact
won't lie
check
about
that.
that.
You
I
can
was
fact check
I
that.
was bullied till I became the bully.
It was a Game Boy Pokemon Toys R Us promotion. Like, you can go get your Toys R Us Mew.
Right? Now claiming.
Shazzy
Oh,
says, "Can we
expired.
Well, I'm gonna actually wrap it up, Shazzy, because like I said, I got some things I gotta get done. Are you streaming?
Or you can kick me out,
Eric?
bro. It's
Yeah,
all
I'm
good.
going
You can
live
kick me
now.
out.
You going live now?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Yeah, because I gotta. There's never a good
I didn't
time
mean to
wrap
wreck the
up our
panel, bro. But
no,
like,
you're
I'll
good.
fight.
You're good. No, the opposition was gone. The debaters were gone. It's okay. It's a chaos and
Yo.
chill. That's what it is. I noticed though. We're up to 9,020 now, guys. So keep hitting that.
I don't notice nothing. What is the chat saying?
We're gonna keep moving up here. Get to 10,000 next. All right.
I can't even see the chat. I'm running on the phone. Come on. I'm running on a prayer.
No, I'm just talking about the subs, like in total, not the chat.
No, bro, you're boss, man. This is your channel, not mine. Fuck you. And also fuck me right to hell. Like in the right way.
I think you need some toast and some water. That's what I think.
I played too much G1 football. All right.
He's running on watch pattern.
Yeah.
Shit, that's funny.
Good
All
laugh.
right.
Good laugh.
Does anyone have anything last they want to say to the chat? But before I send you guys over to Terry X.
Oh,
Yeah, just one quick question. Do you know what an Irish goodbye is?
All I have to say is don't leave batteries, kids.
It's a good one. It's fair.
My outro will be I'm sorry.
You're good. Have a good night.
Well, I guess I'm the last one left. I'm trying to get some scripture up for you real quick, guys. Let's see. I'll give you guys a good one. All right. Let's see. For in him dwelleth all the fullness of the Godhead bodily, and ye are complete in him, which is the head of all principality and power, in whom also you are circumcised with circumcision made without hands, in putting off the body of sin of the flesh by the circumcision of Christ, buried with him in baptism, wherein also ye are risen with him through the faith of the operation of God, who hath raised him from the dead. God bless everybody. That's
God bless. Amen. Thank you for coming up, Rev.
Oh, not a problem. I had to jump in on that Game Boy discussion because I was a total Game Boy nerd when I was a kid. I was like, wait a minute. Couldn't get my avatar working. My GPU shooting up to like 98, 99 when it's on. So I'm like, you know what? We're just going to go in with the
That's what's up.
plain one.
That's what's up. Thanks for coming up.
God bless everybody.
God bless.
Not a problem. Have a good
You as well. And chat, you legends. Thank you all for coming and joining me tonight. It has been a great debate, great after panel. All right. You guys got, pretty close to the dono goal. So you guys give yourselves some W's and crowns for that. All right. Yeah, I knew there was no. You know why I knew there was no watch battery cheat for shiny Pokemons and all this shit? Because I would have knew about that. I used to, like I said, the book fairs, what I used to get at those book fairs were like a lot of the times it was like the cheat books or the game tip books or I used to actually really like the it was like collectible. I forget what it's called, but it like showed a bunch of different like collectible shit. I used to like those type of books too. But yeah, I knew. I was like, no fucking way. I would have known about that little cheat there. I would have known about that little cheat there. But yeah, listen. Tomorrow or today later, Nowhere prep debate, guys. Rob's coming in blind to another one. It's going to be a great debate, great topic, great debater. All right. I expect this one to be spicy based off the topic and debater. So, yeah, I hope you guys are ready for a good one. All right. I hope you guys are ready for a good one. This could be episode 2. Last one went fucking great. All right, ended up 4 hours long. That's how great it was. All right, so we got a high bar to measure up to get to the same one. You know, did I collect Pokemon cards? Yeah. Oh yeah, I collected the Pokemon cards. Yep, 100%. And Digimon and Yu-Gi-Oh, all 3 of them. I collected them all. My Yu-Gi-Oh card collection was probably bar none. All right. I had the most, the best Yu-Gi-Oh cards anyone could have ever asked for. All right. The best. And then I gave them all to my cousin for Christmas one time. Did you have the Mew card from the movie theater? Yeah, and I had these plaques. Do you remember the gold they look like these gold plaques and they came into plastics? I had all of those too, the Mewtwo. I had all of that shit, dude. All of it. I was a big Pokemon fan as a kid. It was a thing that I liked. That game was satanic. I think it was Burger King. I think it was Burger King. But yeah, I had all of those too. Oh no, actually it was McDonald's. It was McDonald's. My aunt worked at McDonald's and that's how I got most of them actually. I had the Toy Story because when Toy Story did their toy line in McDonald's, they had mad different toys. I don't know. I think it was probably the biggest toy line they had. I had all of them. I got all of them because my aunt worked there and she literally looked for all of them to make sure I got every single one in the collection. Yeah. At my Christian school, they said they were pocket demons. The Pokemon? Come on now. Come on now. Another guilty pleasure I had as a kid was wrestlers. I had all the wrestlers. I had a wrestling ring. I had the tables and chairs and ladders and stuff that you could put under the ring. I had a cage that went around the ring. I had every wrestler probably. It was intense. My wrestlers toy addiction was insane, bro. It was insane. I had everything, little belts for them, fucking all the divas, all the wrestlers. I had everyone. It was crazy. It was crazy. I had 5 different versions of Stone Cold because he was my favorite. It was crazy. Good memories as a kid. Good memories as a kid. I remember, playing with the little wrestling figures. The Hardy Boys, I remember they were a favorite of mine because they were always jumping off shit, doing crazy shit. It was good. It was good. Stone Cold is my hero. Yeah, Stone Cold was the best. He was just my favorite. I always thought he was just the most badass dude. Austin 316 says, I just whooped your ass. He gets up, fucking smash the beers together. Did you have the dude? Not only did I have that, JS, there was a I had like extras for certain people. I had Undertaker's motorcycle plus this like grave thing for Undertaker to go into. I had there was a not only the cage thing that goes around it. What am I thinking of now? What's it? The you know the ring? How there's like flaps on the rings, right? That's how the ring was. It had like the actual like flaps on the sides. The ropes, the little corners were actual like little leather corner. Like, dude, my setup for wrestlers was insane, bro. It was insane. that was the, if I was anything was the biggest nerdy shit I had, that was it right there. I had everything, literally everything. It was great. And then I also had like my my grandpa's old wrestlers. So they were these like big, like this big fucking rubber fucking figures that were just like shaped doing like poses and shit, right? But even those were fun. You know what I mean? Even those were fun. Life was simple as a kid, you know? Now it's fucking, you think too much. All right, guys. I'm gonna send you guys over to Terry X. You know, show Terry X some love. He's always he's always there, ready to be on when you guys are done here. So show him some love for that, all right? At least give him a sub and a like if you're not gonna stay. All right. And he does good shows over there, so he needs he deserves some support. But yeah, tomorrow Noah prep debate. Hope to see you all there. All right, it's gonna be a good one. I promise you that. They're all just gonna be good from here on. All right, we set the bar high from the start, so we got to keep it high. You know what I mean? But listen, remember, it could be 30 in the chat. It could be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. All right. Love you guys. Have a great night, evening, morning, wherever it is, whatever it is, wherever you're at, I meant to say. And for now,
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?